Alright, we're live. And let me just hop into Discord. And kill that echo on my phone, apparently. Always get something. Evening, Ed. Alright. Alright. Hope everyone's having a good day. I slept in slightly. My partner was having a late night. She only just came to bed as I was getting up, so I decided to have a 20-minute cuddle time so we don't feel too disconnected. Alright, Elite Dangerous. We're a bit over 50% done on our outpost for our food system, so I think we should be able to finish that off on stream today. Now, I was watching a video that Ed linked to me before, which was a fairly compelling case for that there might be a coming pause to colonization efforts in the beta. Ed is worried about a rollback, but I'm not so sure that's going to happen, considering how much that will upset the community. There's definitely some problems that need to be sorted out.
I mean, upset, yes, but if the galaxy is in disarray, then, what's the other solution? Spend 2 weeks fixing 70,000 systems and stations?
Well, presumably they got a lot of stations online, right? With the and a lot of stations didn't get online with the weekly maintenance. So what they basically said was they were running through the stations, I think, and then they got to a point where they were like, "This is going to take too long, so we'll just stop here." And they didn't get to yours. They didn't get to Commander Meakin's. And they presumably, didn't get to a whole lot of other people's stations. So I could see a pause on claiming new systems, and even a pause on creating new construction if they're able to do that while they work out what they need to do with their servers to enable it, and maybe work out how they slow it down a little bit. But I think if they roll back, they're going to cause themselves a lot of upset in the community. So I think they'll try and avoid that if possible.
Greetings, traveler. I am arrived.
I mean, to roll back a little bit on what you just said, it's still slightly beyond me that the station being online is not a simple freaking flag on the station itself, but okay, beyond that.
I completely agree with you on that point, man. I'm like, how is their architecture set up? What is their server system like?
Yeah, exactly. But moving past beyond that, the station being online and or having wrong economy is one thing. The stations being built in wrong places, being built in the wrong order, the documentation not being there, the under button not being there, like that. There's just so many issues. I'm not sure if you've seen the video that actually Mekan did, like a week ago at this point, I think. It was a 50-minute video going through all the bugs that they identified. And if all of those impact the galaxy, then yeah, I mean, well, a pause is definitely warranted. I would say that pause at least.
Yes,
Rollback, okay, fine.
I think it may be a pause on colonization and even a pause on new construction, right? Like,
yeah.
I could see Elite just saying, hey, look, we realize that the situation with the stations appearing in the wrong spot is bad. We can't move them because it's part of a live beta. You're just going to have to live with that, but we will fix it going forward. Like, I could see that scenario happening. It will piss people off, but I don't think it will piss off the community as much as a rollback. Like, I'm not saying a rollback definitely is out of the cards. I'm just saying I feel like with the promises they made, it would have to be a very severe situation that can't be fixed by a pause and stuff that would have to cause that, I think. But I mean, time will tell, right?
Yep, time will tell. I mean, I'm taking a little bit more pessimistic view that I am beginning to expect a rollback. Maybe not all of the system, but at least some of them. Or, well, a majority. Well, some, like 50% of them maybe.
Yeah.
But here is hoping to that won't need to be happen, because there, indeed, as you said, has been a lot of effort from the community, and a lot of people would get pissed and probably quit again. Even in bigger numbers than before.
Oh, yeah. You've delivered some stuff to my outpost. Thank you for that.
Yes. No worries.
Yeah, so I definitely agree that there's issues, and I think Frontier need to consider what the goal of the AXI community was in going out to Pleiades, right? I feel like maybe they can. Like, they can't have populated everything out there, right? There must be a bunch of systems out there that still have Fargoid signal sources. I feel like they should have noticed that the Fargoid signal sources were dropping off before they just, like, took over the entire Pleiades. That feels like it might be somewhat on them as well. Like, you know what I mean?
Not if the drop has happened only after Thursday tick, once they build the stations.
I suppose that's true.
I don't think this was actually specified when it happened in the video I shared with you. Yeah, I mean, if it happened gradually, okay, fine, but still. I don't quite understand the interaction between the admin. Like, okay, I'm colonizing, but I should Sargoid signal sources go away. Like, that makes zero sense to me, at least.
Yeah, it does to me too, because they weren't like planet bound or but they were just signal sources that were offered space. You get a lot of signal sources, like normal signal sources, in like a built-up system, right? That are just floating around the space. So it doesn't seem to be related to how much has been built in the system or anything. Normally, the more you build up a system, the only thing I can see is that the Fargoids have gone, oh god. Our neighborhood's been gentrified. We're fucking off to somewhere else.
I mean, if they were a sentient entity, okay, fine, I understand, but they are literally pieces of code in the game, which should have looked. Okay, this is our original system. Humans have moved in. Attack, not retreat. Like, what? How? Why? They've been killing them in those systems for years at this point, a decade, if you will.
Yeah.
It's not like anything is gonna change when there is human settlements there all of a sudden.
I know. Frontier could spin it that way, though. I guess they'd be like, "Oh well, you took over the Pleiades, the Fargoids have retreated. You can And then be like, have a look around. Maybe you'll find them somewhere else. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Which would at least make the AXI people somewhat happy. I'm probably not really happy, but at least somewhat like, well, at least we still get to hunt them, even if we have to fly all the way over here now. You know, like. But I mean, it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want the Fargoids to vanish either. I enjoy like hunting them every now and then as well. Like, I'm not as gung ho about it as like Commander Meekin and his peeps, but it's fun. But yeah, this is, I guess, the problem. I think he's right in that the way they did it in the open beta is a problem, right? Not necessarily the fact it's an open beta itself, but just the fact that they had no information, right? You know, you didn't have anyone going, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Hey, look, if you build out the Pallades, maybe the Fargoids will vanish. And maybe like Frontier didn't even think that through. Maybe it's some little quirk in their code base that they were like, oh shit, that was unintended, but now we see that would be the case. I don't know, you know, but like just having a bit more information, like, oh, by the way, construction points will go up after this point, depending on how many tier 2 or tier 3 stations you've started constructing, and you know, if you build stuff out. And also that undo button for when you're placing a station would solve a lot of the problems as well, right? Maybe you can undo before anything gets delivered, or you can undo before it's fully constructed, but you lose the materials if you've delivered. I don't know. It just... They've done the Frontier thing of, here's a new feature and the community will figure it out. But, yeah. And the community is figuring it out, but they're also finding all the cracks in it that were not apparent to your internal testing team there, Frontier.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah.
So what I might do is I'll finish claiming this station, I'll look for another one, and I'll get the primary port started, but maybe I won't put much effort into the primary port until the situation becomes a little bit clearer.
Hull integrity.
I mean, if you have a system in the sites, then I mean, go for it if you really want to. That's actually I'm kind of pondering whether I should stop the colonization efforts or continue building out in order to get at least somewhat close to the system I want. Haven't decided yet what I want to do.
Fair enough. Yeah, so, I mean...
But my reasoning is mostly because if it's gonna get rolled back, then I will definitely not will have the mental capacity to hold the required materials again. And if it doesn't, then the system will be overtaken by someone else, which would kind of suck for me.
Yeah.
Can't decide at the moment what I wanna do.
How is the new one you claimed? Like, have you handed in stuff for it, or?
No, I focused on yours. I'm actively actually collecting right now. As you started streaming, I delivered some more steel and just collected a bunch more. So I'm helping you with yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. I guess I'll grab titanium. My dad has been very keen on playing. I played a little bit with him after work yesterday. Funny stories. So I got off work and I immediately got a phone call from him, and he was like, I brought a new combat ship, but then I got blown out of the sky when I tried to hunt pirates. And I was like, oh, what did you buy? Because I told him to buy the Alliance Chieftain, right? If he was going to buy a new combat ship. Because it's cheap and it's an upgrade to the Vulture, pretty much.
Yep.
And he was like, I brought a killback. He brought a killback and went pirate hunting in it. An unengineered killback. I don't even know what he equipped on it.
Okay.
And he's like, the pirates killed me. And I'm like, yeah, that'll happen. I was like, I don't know what description you read of the killback, but it's not really a bounty hunting ship, Dad. It's a slightly more defensively focused, like, mining or trading ship. And mostly people just fly it because they like the wiggly stuff on the side.
Docking request granted.
So I did get him a, I did talk about the buying a chieftain. So we set it up with 2 large gimbaled multi-cannons and combination of gimbaled burst and pulse lasers. Just because I didn't have a medium gimbal burst laser, so pulse laser for the medium and burst for the small. And then yeah, got him to up the armor. The station had everything pretty much to A-rate the ship, which was nice because I didn't check that before I sent him to the closest place that sold a chieftain. And then
Landing gear deployed.
lots of like bi-weave shield cell bank, lots of hull and module reinforcements and stuff. And yeah, so he should be alright to bounty hunt in that, I think. I'm pretty sure there is a couple of engineers unlocked on his account as well, so I'll have to show him how to do engineering at some point.
Engines disengaged.
But then he was like, oh, it doesn't have a, I didn't have a docking computer there. And so he was like, I'm not sure I could get out of the station without blowing it up. And I'm like, no, just switch back to your Type 9 and you can come deliver some stuff to my station. And so he delivered one load and then I had to go and cook dinner. So I showed him where the mega ship was, showed him where my station was, like my colony ship. And then I went to cook dinner, and then I got a phone call from him going, I was running another load of steel to your station and pirates blew me up. I was like, okay, that does happen.
I mean, as long as he has rebuy, then it's fine.
Yeah, he had like,
I mean, okay, fine, it bites into the funds you have available, but still.
yeah, he had like 40 million or something. I mean,
That's more than fine.
more than fine. I mean, the total cost of his, what?
Power diverted to shields.
What are you doing, Kirk?
Landing gear retracted. Ship released.
Onboard
Engine
scanning.
engaged.
Locked.
Really? God damn it. Okay. Kirk launched me again.
Becoming elite is a dangerous journey.
Docking request granted.
Alright, there we go. Let's see what old Captain Kirk 40 heard there. Yeah, 40 heard the L word. Rhymes with lunch. Yes,
Launch,
that one. Yeah. I don't think that will do any harm while I'm in the middle of auto docking, but
Yeah, why provoke it?
yeah. Yes, I promised Dad I would at some point during the weekend take him bounty hunting again so we can earn some more money. But I might have to show him some of those systems where you can get the high-paying trading missions for mining goods.
You mean the wing mining missions?
Yeah.
Just know that you need rep for those missions to show up. Which I'm sure you know, but
Yes, yeah. And I think it's will be a little bit based on his trade rank as well, but that should climb pretty quickly. Even if it's not 50 million missions that he's getting right away. I mean, it'll be a case of less payout, but build rep, and then trade rank should go up while he's doing that, and then they should start showing up, I guess.
I don't think it's much based on the player's rank. It's majorly based on the what is it? Ally status with the factions.
Yeah.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I suppose they're not really expecting you to go and trade for it, are they? They're kind of going, hey, go mine this for us. So. Alright, titanium. So yeah, I don't know, it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens with the colonization. And I agree, I completely get your viewpoint as well, right? Which is that there's a problem and they might do a rollback, and if they do, I've put in so much effort over the last couple of days that would be a real morale blow in terms of having the energy to do it again. So and if it was the frontier of like 2 or 3 years ago, I feel like that would probably happen, but they seem to be doing better these days. So fingers crossed, touch wood. Not that my desk is actually made of wood, I think. Maybe there's some plywood in there somewhere.
I mean, okay, I'm not going to talk badly about them, but one thing I'm gonna say, I'm not entirely sure what gave you the idea of them doing better. Like, communication-wise, okay, fine, yes, communication-wise, fair. Programming-wise,
okay,
no.
Yeah. So I suspect, and I think I've seen other people say this as well, right? I suspect that some of they finished development on some new game or something, and then they've pushed that development team back onto Elite, so they realize Elite is actually like this 10-year-old game that they can expand and get money from, the ARX and other stuff, right? But their new development team, or the extra developers, or you know, the extra resources that pushed at this, are dealing with 10-year-old code base that's had multiple expansions, multiple features added, presumably by developers of different abilities and stuff.
Frameshift drive charging.
So they might be a little hamstrung in some of what they can do. I mean, the whole we can't turn all the stations online on the thing kind of shows some of the pitfalls behind how they've built this. And I'm sure that has as much, if not more, to do with the legacy code of the system than it does with like the development team working on this feature. So
I mean,
no,
I can accept that it was coded poorly and it cannot handle hundreds of thousands of stations being added in relatively what may very well be considered a short time.
yes, so that is, I mean, like, I just would like to have been a fly on the wall when they were discussing the live beta and what they thought the numbers would be like. Because I don't think they expected this.
Then I have questions why they didn't expect this, because this is actually expansion is actually exactly what they promised in the Kickstarter, so obviously people are going to come back when they start delivering, what, 10 years after the Kickstarter? The
Yeah.
features that they've promised in Kickstarter? Like, what did you expect then?
Yeah, I mean, I would have been... Someone should have, like, been asking the questions, right? Like, they were like, when they were talking numbers, they were like, someone should have been like, what happens if the numbers are much higher than we expect? Does the system architecture handle that?
You know exactly what the answer was to that question.
Yeah.
Some manager came around. Let's just push it. We want new features out. We want new players. We want money. Go. Don't get issues later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened.
At my last job, we got called into a meeting, and managers we were all very, very busy, right? And managers went, "We've signed a new contract to build like an online platform for this company," and we were like, "Okay, when do we have to have it delivered by?" "In 3 months' time." What's the size of it? "Oh, we haven't worked out the scope yet." Wait, what? We signed a contract with a deliverable date, but you haven't worked out the scope of what we're building? I was like, every developer in the room was absolutely flabbergasted, right? We were like, wait, what? They're like, oh yeah, there's big penalties if we miss the deadline. It's like, but you don't know the scope. You don't even know what we're building. It was just ridiculous. Like, the sales team just made a bunch of promises and never got any idea of what the thing was. And then they were like...
Yeah, I've heard those horror stories. Fortunately, I've never been in that position, because I've always been... Well, my first manager I had was basically me and myself.
Yeah.
Just stating what I need and how much time I need, and the company I'm working with right now, the CEO, or, well, basically the entire C-suite level of executives is just him, except maybe for the CTO, which is me, technically. He was a developer for a long time, so he knew not to promise bullshit or overpromise.
Yeah.
On features or on the deliverability.
Yeah, it's a real pain when you have to suddenly live up to the promises of a sales team. You know,
Which
like...
knows nothing about how long shit takes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've heard those horror stories many times.
And even like, even in my current job, like, I mean, the part of the problems we've had with the financial system that went live, right, is that, like, oh, see that, I should have time to accept that before I need to jump out. Yep, cool. Is we went, oh, we want to get this new financial system in, and so there was project managers, right, and running that, and they were okay, and then we went, oh, it's not ready yet, we're going to delay it a little bit, and then it's not ready yet, we're going to delay it a little bit, and then the third time, right, it still wasn't ready, but they didn't want to delay it anymore, because they felt that it reflected badly on them as project managers, even though there was no real deadline to replace the old system, right? Like, and so they pushed for people to sign off on testing when people weren't really happy and other stuff, and it turned into a big mess. And then those project managers probably left before all the shit hit the fan and went to their new jobs after saying, we were successfully rolled out this whole new financial system as part of their CVs, you know? And so it was like, yeah. So even in companies that try and, even when you don't have a hard and fast deadline, you still have that whole, you got project managers that are reporting to managers that are reporting to a board, and they want to know why things are not, you know, reaching a deadline that was kind of arbitrary to begin with, and was put in place before the full scope of what you were doing was understood, or before the scope got reworked because problems were found that needed to be sorted. It's just different people with different priorities and everyone trying to look good. Where sometimes it's good to just say, hey, look, we're not going to make that deadline because there's these problems and we need to fix them, and you need a high quality product being put in place.
Yeah, the famous triangle. The one corner is, or the one vertex is you want it fast, you want it, the second is you want it cheap, and you want it good. You can only pick two of those.
Yeah. Quality, speed, and price. Pick 2 out of the 3.
Docking successful.
One project manager I saw, I wasn't involved on the project, but I was sort of working in at a place many years ago, right? I handled it kind of brilliantly, actually. It was like some manager came to talk to him and I overheard this conversation and they were like, hey, I heard this whole new coding thing has been put out by Microsoft. I think maybe we should do the project in that. And the project manager just went, yeah, we can do that. And the guy was like, cool. And he's like, I mean, we have to rewrite the entire code base, so it's going to take an extra 2 years and cost you another $10 million. But we can do it. And the guy went, oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
It's just like, we can do anything you want if you give us enough.
Expectation.
Yeah, he's like, we can do pretty much anything you want if you give us enough money and enough time.
True.
Alright, back we go.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
See him up. I'm finding this ship really, really useful. I mean...
What are you flying? T10?
Cutter.
Right.
I meant the, mega ship though. Like, it was so nice yesterday when I was talking Dad through stuff. I was just going to that mega ship
Drive charging.
while he was shared his screen via Discord, and I was talking to him through what he needed to do to get like the chieftain and stuff, and how to outfit it. And then I was just going to that mega ship and being like, yeah, I need like 80 of these, 13 of these, 13 of these. It was like one-stop shopping for colonization. It's great.
Yeah. But the colonization ships really help make this easier.
Yeah.
Even if they are slightly further, it doesn't really matter because you park so much faster.
Yeah, you don't have to like get in and out of a planet. Yeah, exactly. Right, like
Yeah, for the ground maps, but yeah, which most of them are. Granted. Not to mention they aren't 100,000 light seconds from the jump start. That's 18 right there. Done.
Temperature critical.
Oh, we have someone whose account will get banned. Oh, what are we doing? What's going on here?
You press delete. I think. No, never mind. Oh no, you are getting hit because you are charging near a star.
Yeah, I guess so. Star wasn't in the view anymore, but I guess I was still too close to it. Alright, ban swirling
You
flap.
need mods. I'm not volunteering, but you need
Key
mods.
systems are at
Yeah.
level, readying for exit.
It's annoying that. It's like, I don't know how people find mods, to be honest. Like, you know.
My assumption is someone from the community eventually volunteers, but yeah,
Probably.
I don't know. I don't think I want that much responsibility.
Yeah, I see. Although I go and hang out with streamers and people stream sometimes that are not much bigger than me, you know, they'll have like 6 or 8 or 9 viewers or something, you know, and then they're like, I have like 2 mods running things, and I'm like, how did that happen?
Light velocity.
Again, most likely volunteers. Yeah.
There was an hilarious bit where
Temperatures are
I saw on Fillian's stream where some guy like was quite nice to her and was like, you know, I don't care what others say about you, Fillian, I would date you, type of thing.
Yeah, immediately banned.
yeah. She went to VIP him and the mods immediately banned him. And she's like, what?
Yeah, she didn't even manage to type out the /VIP of the other guy and it was immediately banned. Yeah, I saw the clip as well.
And then she was like talking to Shondo, I think. Did you see that clip? And she was
she's talked to Shondo so many times, I don't know, I don't think I recall the specific clip.
She's just talking to Shondo right about that situation, right? And she's like, and the mods banned them. And Shondo's like, yeah, they didn't want the competition because they're grooming you.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, what?
Yeah, I recall that.
Yeah.
Yeah, your mods are basically grooming you, yeah, because they don't want anyone else to have quotations a chance.
Yeah. And I do wonder if you get that, like you get like the simps on some of the female VTubers and streams going, yeah, I'll mod for you, in the hope, you know, like that gets them the attention they want.
Yeah, unfortunately guys are desperate like that. They will eventually grow out of that, but when you are young, yeah.
I was watching a video that came out a couple of days ago from there's a streamer, Shoe on Head, who does some funny stuff.
Yeah, I know, I'm familiar, yeah.
Yeah, one was female dating strategy. It was about women hitting on men and getting rejected and what happens. And it was just as bad as the guys, to be honest. Like, it was so funny. They were like they were like going like, oh, you know, we never talked, but I like got your number from a friend and blah blah blah. And the guy's like, no, I've got a girlfriend, sorry, I'm not interested. And then they just start like abusing the hell out of the guy because their ego gets damaged. It was
the good
terrible.
old fallback. You have a tiny weenie.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, we go. It's not really toxic masculinity, it's toxic humanity. The women are doing it too.
Pretty much.
For anyone in stream who hasn't seen that video, go look at Chew on Head's channel. It's actually hilarious.
Yeah, she has good content. I haven't watched all of it, obviously, but...
No, yeah. neither have I, but I've like caught the occasional video here and there.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright. Import services, more titanium. Who would think that a space station requires so much metal?
Metal is expected. I am holding steel after all. Titanium though.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I mean, to be fair, they are invulnerable, so I guess.
I mean, I'm not sure titanium by itself is invulnerable. But it's stronger than steel for the weight. I'm not sure the weight really impacts that much when it's an orbital.
Was the titanium like harder to break? Or am I missing? Am I confusing things with something else?
No, it's definitely harder to break for the weight of the stuff, right? But I'm not sure if like if you make like a 1 meter long by like 50 centimeter wide titanium beam, that it's then harder to break than a similar size steel beam. I think it weighs definitely. I'm not saying I'm not sure on this. So I know it'll definitely weigh less. I just don't know if it's actually stronger than steel for the size, or if it's just roughly the same strength and weighs less.
I thought it would have been stronger, but I don't know. I have no knowledge in this area. And too lazy to look it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that normally it's used for the weight saving thing, right? You get strong material for much less weight. So I mean, it could be that it's a bit stronger than steel. It could be that it's much stronger than steel. It could be that it's about the same. I mean, steel covers a whole bunch of stuff anyway, but is titanium stronger than steel for the size? Yeah, okay, steel is actually stronger than titanium apparently, with higher tensile yield strength. However, titanium offers higher strength to weight ratios and better corrosion resistance, so it doesn't rust and stuff as much as steel. So, I mean, that depends on the type of steel. You can use like stainless steel or whatever, but that is actually got its own issues, I think, compared to normal steel. Alright.
Oh, good to know, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to build a space station in real life, you know, you can way up there, yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, let me get a couple, several hundred billion I would need for that. And I to get on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not to mention I would have to first mine the materials, but I guess the moon is right there, so that shouldn't be that much of a problem.
We could create an asteroid base. And like...
Moon base.
Yeah. Well, you know, just hollow out an asteroid that's full of steel and titanium and,
Yep.
Well, I don't know if you get...
Although I don't know how common titanium is in asteroids, but yes.
I was going to say, even steel is normally a mixture of different alloys, so...
Yep.
It's not like people... That's why you had like the Bronze Age and then the Steel Age, right? Like, because it's not like people were digging around for bronze and suddenly found steel. They had to kind of make it by mixing stuff together.
Yep.
So I don't know, I guess... So you just pick one of those just pick one of those asteroids. You just pick one of those asteroids that flies by Earth like every 10,000 years. So like you just go with a little wave as you pass by. Haha.
No, what you're saying, I need to put myself in cryo sleep so that I can build an asteroid base.
Engaging
We just need scientists to discover the secret to immortality.
Yes.
There's like a weird...
I have been saying for a long time that if immortality was invented, I would go for it with 0 questions.
Yeah. Some people are like, I don't know that I'd want to live forever though. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, like, wouldn't you rather like live for like a couple of thousand years and then go, alright, I've had enough now. Take a pill that stops the immortality and, yeah. Like...
Yeah, that's one of the objections that people bring up, which, okay, fair enough. Immortality is already sci-fi slightly, but the question is pulling it into sci-fi territory even more. The objection being that it depends on what kind of immortality it is. Like, do you get to stop it? Can you even die if you become immortal? So if not, then that's eternal suffering.
Yeah,
but if yes, then okay, fine, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that would be almost impossible. You'd have to make yourself invulnerable, right? Like, you know, like most likely.
Depends on what the form of immortality is. But yeah, I get it.
Isn't there like an immortal jellyfish or something that's quite interesting?
Be fine, immortal, but yeah, I mean, it basically shrinks back to its embryo state and grows over and over again.
Yeah.
Is that immortality? I don't know.
I mean, technically, I suppose. I think it can still be killed, though. So it's kind of that...
It can be killed,
kind of that, it's the... Doesn't die of old age and mortality type of thing. So...
I mean, you could also take the... God, what are they called? They're like microscopic creatures that can survive even in space. They are basically immortal. at this point.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. The name's gone out of my head.
Tardigrade.
Yes, tardigrades. Yeah. I found out about those.
As far as I know, they are immortal because they scientists haven't figured out how long can they actually live.
Yeah.
As far as I know, anyway. Maybe they have by now.
They are interesting, aren't they? System colonization ship.
Not sure if you've read and or seen the show Three Body Problem.
No.
If you've only seen it, then I won't continue with what I want to say. If you've read it, then tell me where you ended.
No,
Really?
I haven't seen anything. I've seen it on, was it Netflix or one of the other streaming services? But I
Yeah,
haven't
it was
watched
one
it
of the
or
streaming
read it.
services.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know much about the story itself.
No. There
Okay,
was
so I won't spoil you if you want to watch it.
Yeah, no, don't spoil it. I'll probably watch it at some
Okay.
point. That wasn't where I thought you were going to go, actually. When you said, like, have you seen the show? I thought you were leading into the Star Trek one that had the tardigrades in it.
Yeah, no, I'm aware that one exists, but a lot of the OG Star Trek fans don't even consider it canon, so... But yes, I am aware that one exists and that they use the tardigrade as the mode of transportation.
Yeah.
Well, the engine behind the jumping thingy. I think,
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I only watched the first season, and I get why the
haven't watched.
hardcore Star Trek fans didn't like it. It was very more warish, right, than like what they used to with Star Trek, with the whole like we don't have warships, the Federation doesn't have warships and stuff, you know. So this time around, the Federation does have warships. It was said a bit more in the past, I think. And so I get why it offended some people's sensibilities of what they think Star Trek is, right? But at the same time, I don't think you get to the point where you're like, well, we don't have warships anymore without going through a few, like, you know, as humans, come on.
Yeah. But even if the humans could overcome the warlike nature that is apparently within us, they are still going to encounter alien races which will not hold the same value, so you still need a way of defending yourself.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be a weapon of mass destruction, but you need a way to defend, even for a short while, if needed.
Yep.
Like a perfect example is, I don't know if you've seen the show Orville.
Login request granted.
If you haven't,
first
sorry,
season.
spoiler.
First season only.
The first one, which one?
First season only for the
First
Orville.
season. Okay, so you know about Kalons.
Yes.
Yeah, they are basically hostile. That's not a spoiler. They are basically hostile, and you need a way to defend yourself. And the Federation, even though they are very much peaceful, they still have weapons. So yeah, that absolutely makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, even in Star Trek and the original series, right? They're like, well, we don't have warships, we have science vessels that have strong shields and photon torpedoes, and yeah, like,
Yeah.
so it's not like they were incapable of combat in those things. They realized that they would
True.
get attacked occasionally and have to defend themselves. Just that wasn't the original, it wasn't the purpose behind what the ship was for, I guess.
Fair. Yeah, well, I can't reference Star Trek because I haven't seen many episodes, and by haven't seen many, I've seen like 2.
Engines disengaged.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? Like, I saw this debate once about who has the better technology, Star Trek or Star Wars, right? And it was ridiculous because you had like people from both sides like arguing their point, and it's like, no, Star Trek has the better technology. Star Wars has the cooler universe because you have a whole bunch of ships that are like owned by private individuals, where most of the ships, I mean, like you can get ships in Star Trek that are owned by like you know, individuals and stuff, right? But most of the time, like, you know, like when you're dealing with Star Trek, you're dealing with like you know, like big ships that are owned by a federation, you know, a federation of planets and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like having a show about military war fleets, like compared to having a show about people running around in jet boats and their own personal ships. You know, it's just completely different in the scope of what you're looking at, and you're not going to be like, wow, the yachts and stuff are going to beat the beat the like the frigates. No, that's not going to happen. But yeah, at the same time, it's like, you know, like you're much more likely to like see yourself in one of those like jet boats or yachts or something, as opposed to seeing yourself as like the captain of a frigate. Like it resonates with you more, I guess. So yeah, I prefer Star Wars, but I will watch Star Trek.
Yeah, it's not like I haven't tried watching Star Trek. I did, and I don't really have any problems with it, but I just didn't stick around to watch beyond first or the second episode.
Yeah.
That being said, I am somewhat familiar with the fandom and what's going on in there. But, like, I'm not nowhere near a fan as to the level of Stargate, for example, which I've seen several times, all of the seasons.
Yeah. There was another one I saw where they were I can't remember what the argument was. It was something about Borg versus something in Star Wars. And they were like, who would win a fight between a Borg cube and a Death Star or something like that? And both sides were arguing it. Yeah, both sides were arguing it out, right? And like neither fandom could come to a why am I going with system though? It's not right. Neither fandom could come to a agreement. So some people from one of the fandoms went and talked to the people that like Stargate. And they were like, who wins? And they're like, the first time Borg Cube encounters a Death Star, the Death Star wins. After that, it's going to get more difficult.
Yes, that is true.
Both sides
That's
were...
basically why I said the Death Star wins. I didn't consider it much beyond the first encounter.
Yeah, and both sides are actually happy with that. And people are like, the Stargate fandom, like, peace brokers.
Yeah.
And actually, I really like the spaceships on Stargate. I thought they were very cool.
Me too.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Hello, Alexa.
Did I speak your name? Did I, Alexa? I did not.
Maybe he's taking a leaf out of the page of Kirk.
I know, right?
Nice, something random, and I need to wade in on this.
Yeah.
Warning. Temperature.
It happens randomly, right? Like, it's just strange.
It is.
Alright,
Frame shift.
there we go.
Charging.
You shall not pass.
You're not my maths teacher, Dark. I can pass if I want. How are you anyway, Dark? You having a good day? That chat though. Oh yeah, be honest, I mean, like, lugging titanium steel around is not the most exciting gameplay loop ever in Elite Dangerous, so...
Gotta talk about something, yeah.
Yeah. So we just end up yapping a lot of the time.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, which isn't bad for a stream, really. Oh, swirly flap.
Alright.
Navigation for next system.
Sorry, I'm not following. What's the swirling flap? Ah, yapping.
The nickname of the person you banned from spamming.
Oh, right. Oh, they were just trying to get me to buy bots.
Yeah, I think Doug is commenting on the empty chat room and the only message being deleted by moderator.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Just making fun of that. I might be wrong. Doug, please feel free to clarify if I'm wrong.
I haven't got the new ones yet, where they've been targeting like streamers like me and saying like, wow, this chat room is deader than a graveyard. You know, you could fix that by buying bots here. Sends it to my Discord. Well, why am I going separate like that? All right, loop round. All right, I'll check in a second. But yeah, it's I saw a thing on Twitter the other day about some streamer lady who like accidentally showed her ViewBot software on stream.
Okay.
And then realized that like, yeah, no, it's against terms of service.
Oh, why?
Fake engagement, basically, like.
Oh, okay, yeah. That kind of chatbot. Got it.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a moderator or something.
No,
okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
no, they're
Gotcha.
okay. They rebranded, sure, but I refuse to give Elon Musk the pleasure of calling it X. Oops. Distracted. Let's do this. How far away are we?
Oh, you can always call it Twitter.
Yeah. Xer.
The British will appreciate it.
Alright.
Frameshift drive charging. 3, 2, 1, engage.
There we go. Alright. Yeah, they're I always get at least one of those spot like things per stream. Let's see.
Okay.
Now we're auto docking. Auto doxing us. Yeah. It's interesting that it's still showing up on your, like the actual message is still showing up on your,
Landing gear deployed.
like, clipped, your screenshot there, Dark, because, I mean, I did ban him and it normally removes it.
Yeah, it is removed for me, but I guess.
Yeah.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, steel is done. Titanium remains.
You've been going faster than I have.
Or well, 98 more feel, but I will get that on next look.
Alright, pulling up on titanium.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
And off we go.
Released. Engines engaged.
I've been putting Elite Dangerous meme posts up on, well, we'll call it X for Dark and Blue Sky. They've been doing relatively well.
I think I saw the one about the... well, not about, but with the Federation
Yeah.
ship. What was it? What is it called? I forgot.
Federal Corvette, yeah.
Federal Corvette, yeah. You can see my level of respect for that ship is showing.
I mean, it's like every ship in Elite, right? It's like, it's not perfect. It's, you know. It's one of the things I actually like about Elite is that every ship has its own strengths and weaknesses, right? Like, you don't just go, this ship is completely better in every aspect than any other ship in the game. Doesn't work like that. So I love the Federal Corvette on my other account for just bounty hunting around like asteroids and stuff. You know, round Hazrizes and things, and you know, it's fun in conflict zones as well. But it's never gonna it's never gonna be good in PvP because it's just too slow in a straight line. And its jump range is kind of atrocious. Though not so.
Which ship are we talking about?
Federal Corvette.
Corvette. That is one of the best ships for PvP, but okay. I said one of, not the best.
It's got the firepower for it, and if the person, the other person is honourable and hangs around, right, then you're good. But the problem is, it's not fast enough to chase anyone down if they flee in normal space.
Safe enough, not fight, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So in PvP, a lot of people prefer the cutter just because it has very strong shields, and it has the speed that people can't get away as easily.
True.
Well, I mean, most people prefer the Third Lance, to be honest. I just don't like the way the Third
I was
Lance.
about to mention, but
Yeah, I just don't like the way the
either
Third
the
Lance.
Lance or the Mamba, either one of those is fairly popular.
Engaging.
I don't think I've ever tried the Mamba. I should give it a try at some point. I did try the Third Lance on my other account. I moved from a Federal assault ship to it, and I don't know, I had a little bit of trouble with the way I fly, bringing the huge hardpoint underneath into play all the time, because I intended to keep ships above like the midline point where they're more visible to me. And
That is also, funnily enough, that is also a problem for the Anaconda. It also has the large hard point underneath and all the way to the back.
yeah,
On the back.
which is one of the reasons why I like the Federal Corvette so much. Like, technically the Anaconda has more firepower, like even with the two huge hard points on the Federal Corvette, but the two hard points,
More like potential damage output, maybe not firepower, but yeah.
yeah. But the Federal Corvette is slightly more agile, so you stay on target just a little bit better, and the two huge hard points on the top just suit the way I fly. So, yeah, it just works for me, I guess.
Fair.
I mean, yeah, I still use the Anaconda for, you know, that's why Anaconda currently got 6 mod shards on it for exploding Cyclopses.
Gotcha.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
There we go. So yeah. How hard do you think the Frontier development team is working at the moment trying to resolve all these issues with colonization?
At the moment, probably not much, since it's 9 p.m. Friday.
Yeah, righto. It's probably some development team that's been told you're working over the weekend.
That's kind of illegal, but yes. Well, if they are salaried, it's illegal. If they are contractors, then okay, fine, maybe not.
Which where is Frontier Developments located though? Like what country?
UK.
UK. Okay. I was gonna say if it's US, you can probably get away with almost anything. Their labour laws are so.
Yeah,
right.
but they are based in the UK.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
Yeah. There are.
I mean, the purpose usually refers to them as the Cambridge-based development studio, which is the UK, so I'm assuming that, granted, it's an assumption, but it's a fairly safe assumption.
No, I imagine there's big development workshop, big development places, big gaming places in the UK. That makes sense to me.
Identifying threat.
Hey! Some Third Alliance wants to play with me. They're gonna regret that.
Kill it with fire, or bullets, or lasers. Or all of the above.
Yep. Come here, Third Alliance. Problem is, it's quite agile. I've got to get it in front of me. There we go.
Okay, off, flip, done. And just reverse key.
Taking heat damage.
Rotating
Hull
in depth.
integrity compromised. Taking damage.
Whee! This is not the trading ship you wanted to pick a fight with, buddy. Sorry about this.
Taking heat damage.
Probably helps if we put some pips and weapons, huh?
Yeah.
I should reckon this guy's were. Oh look, some system ship has shown up and took it, joining the fight. At least that's you.
Join the pirate to help the pirate.
No, it seems like they were shooting the
fighting with
pirate.
you. Okay. That is.
Which is kind of weird because, I mean, this is a pirate outpost, so you wouldn't think there would be any sort of system security here.
I mean, there are bounty hunters, after all. So, maybe.
Maybe this was like, maybe some NPC was actually given an assassination mission for this. Hello.
Yeah, maybe. I can't help you, but I can observe. I have no
Sure.
weapons.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave up a little cargo space at a, well, not really cargo space, I guess I gave up a jump range for well, cargo space as well for the shield, I guess, but in order to have a fun pirate introduction times.
Frameshift charge detected.
Oh, he's trying to run. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Come back here.
Warning. Temperature critical.
155,000. There we go.
Heat sink deployed.
Nice.
Nobody steals my titanium. Alright, back to delivery.
Charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I always wonder about pirates and food allowance. I mean, where do they actually put the cargo they steal? I mean, that ship has that much cargo room, does it?
It has decent cargo.
Does it?
Hmm?
I suppose it probably
Oh,
does.
it can have a decent cargo. I don't know what the pirates put on their ship, but it can have a decent cargo. Like, okay, not in the 700 range, like the cutter does, but still.
Yeah. So you get those pirates firing the tier 10s. They're like, I'll blow your ship up and take everything it has.
Yep. Besides, the pirates usually ask for like 7,000 worth of cargo. Which you need like 2 units, and that can definitely carry it.
Again, I mean, they could just deliver cargo to my colonization ship and get paid.
Somebody's more fun. Probably a pirate. What they said.
Well, I mean, I had fun. Now I'm $835,000 richer,
Request granted.
and I still have my titanium. On my Imperial Cutter missile ship.
Yeah, I saw the ungodly amount of bug counts.
There's 2 Seeker missiles of that as well.
Yeah, more missiles. Great.
Yeah. And then 1 huge beam laser. Works alright. I haven't lost a fight against a single pirate yet. I don't think it would work like.
Well, I
for-
mean, you have what, Prismas on that one? Prismatics? We're not going to.
Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, they downgraded prismatics, right? So if I was to go to modules, I guess.
No, you have biweaves. Never mind then.
Do I?
Yep.
No, I do have biweaves. 16 biweaves. Engineered biweaves, though. I could
Yes, but
I could change that to prismatics and engineer them up, I guess. Like, that would make more sense with this particular build. Oh, I know why. It's because I was originally trying this out as a bounty hunting ship, and then I switched it to be a trader. So the byways make sense if you're bounty hunting.
yep.
Instruction services. Confirm transfer. 87% done. Nice.
Yeah, just the titanium remains.
Ship released. Engines
Yeah.
engaged.
And I'm going to start bringing that as well, so. Progress.
We should be done in about another, what, 87%? So we're probably another 2 runs each. And we'll be pretty much there.
Yeah, about that, yeah. About that amount. By the speed you're okay, I won't really mean.
Yeah, I'm not as fast on the round trip as you are. That's fine.
It's fine.
We can set.
Okay, fine. By the speed you're going, I'll do 3 rounds, you 1, and we'll be done.
Frameshift
All right,
drive
no,
charging.
that's a challenge, right?
I haven't been in challenge mode. You do not want to tempt me.
We're building my starport. Maybe I do.
3,
I come back. I come back with one load, and it's like fully complete, and the outpost is there.
If you put me in challenge mode, by the time you return, it will be done.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
You're all good.
I am joking, of course. There is no way I could do that. But, yeah.
Which I know, but the idea is funny, right?
Yeah.
Seen a lot of people complaining that they should have released like a Panther Clipper or something, like a bigger cargo ship with this. Whoops.
I mean, we already got a bigger cargo ship. The Type 8 high.
No, well, I mean the Type 8. I like the Type 8. It's a cool idea. But it's not a bigger cargo ship, but like a Type 9.
Comparable from what I heard from people.
Well, the Type 8.
Like
the
from what I've seen, it has like 700 cargo space. So
well, the Type
the
8.
Type 8, the newest ship. Yeah.
No, I think it taps out around 400. I'm fairly
Not
certain.
from what I heard, but I have no information from my testing since I don't even own it. So maybe my information is inaccurate.
Frameshift drive charging.
I am happy to admit that much.
I mean, I own it, but I set it up for mining. I wasn't setting it up for cargo hauling, so.
Yeah, and how much cargo did you push out of that?
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
If you remember.
I don't. I did a quick setup, and I haven't used it since
Fair enough.
mining has not really been on the agenda.
Yeah,
Otherwise-
mining is a little too boring for me.
Yeah, I'm the same, right? Some people love it. And they sit there and
Some
mine
people
all.
do, and all the power to them.
Yeah, they sit there and do it all day, but like, I can do mining for about 2, maybe 3 hours, and then I'm like, no, I've had enough.
Yeah, the most enjoyable part of mining for me is blowing up the asteroids. That actually is fun.
Yeah, I've tried that a couple of times on the other account, and you're right, it's definitely fun. It's a little trickier though. Like some people just enjoy like the no-brain nature of the laser mining.
It takes a little practice, I will give you that much, because yes, it's not easy to line up the charges and hit where they are supposed to hit the target, explosion target. Like, okay, yeah, it takes practice, I agree with that. But I got it down, well, okay, not perfectly, but I got it down to a good enough level within a few tries. So it's not like hard.
Yeah. You know, I think the Type 8 was set up for every type of mining and has all the different mining things on it. So if you go to an asteroid, well, you go to a ring or something, you can basically mine whatever you find. They got rid of the overlapping hotspots thing, right?
I don't believe so. I mean, last time I was mining, which granted was like 2 years ago at this point, but last time I was mining, there still were overlapping spots.
Yeah, I didn't mean they got rid of them in terms of they weren't there anymore. I just think they nerfed them in some manner or something, I think. So they weren't paying out
That
as
may
much.
be true, but I haven't played Elite since they were... I haven't played Elite when they were like more common, if you will. So I only know the new-ish setup for them.
Yeah.
Landing gear.
I did hear that they nerfed, or well, changed how the reach core asteroids are generated, as in-game as the model, so it's harder to recognize them. Not sure if this is actually true or not, but yeah.
Well, no, I haven't tried that in ages. So, I have to give it a try at some point when I get bored of the system colonization stuff.
Docking successful. Engines
Which is going to take a while, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels bad leaving systems undeveloped, so I'm going to have to come back and start building them out.
Yeah, I mean, I still have the planetary starport underway. And if you want to do that, feel free to help with it if you want to. Or we can expand my system, or we can go do anything else you want.
at maximum capacity.
Yeah, we can do all that.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I think after this mission, maybe go expand your system.
Yep. It has no progress, so
Landing gear deployed.
still needs a lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can get these small-ish items. You can work on the larger one if you want, or the other way around. Up to you.
Yeah, well, I don't mind going after the large items. It saves me mucking around in the...
Okay.
Cannot
Yeah, it needs 4,000 CMM components, 6,000 steel, 5,000 titanium. So, yeah. Have fun with that.
Yeah, all the bits and pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get the smallish ones, like 13, 19, 70, 116, 39.
Yeah, I might also have a look around for a new system to put a claimant on, but then I just won't work on it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And I'm running the system I find past you anyway, just in case. Because I don't know where that other system was you were looking at. Or if that's in range of any of your stuff.
Didn't I already tell you about it?
You were being a little bit vague about it. I think possibly because we were...
Okay.
Yeah, I assume because we were talking on stream, you didn't want someone else aiming for it.
Frameshift drive.
Fair. Which, now, okay. That definitely wasn't the reason, but now that you have put that back into my head, that I'm probably going to keep the secret. Because I didn't have any issue telling you which system I was going for. I actually thought I did tell you.
I mean, if you did, I don't remember.
All systems
So,
check out.
Fair.
No unusual activity. It's
I'm playing this game on autopilot at the moment. Like, I have to keep reminding myself of where I am and what I'm in the middle of doing.
So am I. I've caught myself several times that, wait, what am I doing? Oh right, I am delivering.
Yeah. Which system am I heading for? Am I heading for the ship or away from the ship?
Drive charging.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with what I've been doing past 2 days. Building the entire base in one system in less than a day.
Yeah, that's impressive actually. Especially for us. I mean, we did that technically in less than 24 hours for my first system, but that was the two of us.
Yeah.
And I think when you say less than a day, you mean in more about 12 hours or so.
Yep.
Was it probably what 30 something runs in to build an outpost?
I have no idea how many rounds it was. Sorry, didn't count.
Oh, it's about 3 to 4%, right? So it's got to be 3 to 4% per hand-in, so it's got to be in the low 30s, I guess.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, makes sense.
Each run takes what? Well, you're a little bit further out than me, aren't you? So maybe more like probably at least 10 minutes a round trip.
4,
Leaving city.
3, 2,
At least, yeah.
Assuming you get assuming you're on like staying focused and stuff. What's
Yeah, 10-15 minutes sounds about right.
yeah.
Depending on what I'm doing, how much I'm waiting in between, if I get distracted by something. But yeah, the average 15 minutes makes about that. Sounds about right.
Yeah, so let's say 12, 5 runs an hour. So 4 to 5 hours of solid gameplay, but I'm probably not staying focused for that long.
That sounds about right actually, because I started, I don't know, around 9 or 10. Well, just after you stopped streaming actually, I think, I don't know.
Yeah, so
But-
around 9:30.
Yeah. And finished at 4 AM, so yeah, 7 hours. Oh, 6,
7
well, okay, fine.
6, yeah.
That is hard, okay, especially at 10:30 in the evening.
Yeah.
I am so glad I have the tool that I don't have to think about numbers. It just tells me, you need this, go.
Yeah. I've been doing it the old-fashioned way. I've just been using the snipping tool, taking a shot.
Yeah. But I don't have to update it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and your one will track for
Oh, shut
multiple things. If I do the snipping tool thing, then I've got to like put it into Paint or something and be like, you know, be like, this is for this station, and this is for this construction, and this is for. Yeah, no, your tool's quite nice from the screenshots I've seen. Should be proud of that.
I mean, it is kind of fun developing it, but it is in such a bad state that I'm, well, okay, I'm not going to say ashamed of sharing it, but wouldn't want the code to be out for everyone to see.
Yeah. That's the worst part about working in a development environment is the damn code reviews. When somebody sits there and is like, you could have done this in 2 lines instead of 4, and you're like, yeah, but it'd be less goddamn readable. I'm like,
Yeah.
like, I've seen your code, dude, and like I have to bloody well sit there and figure out what each line does instead of just looking at it and knowing.
Yeah, to be honest, the tool is very much made like offhandedly. Like, I wanted this, go. Don't care how you get there, go. And it is showing.
Wow.
It is basically one big HTML file, so you know.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I mean, I can see that there's probably times where you wanted to have your code as small as possible, right? Like maybe early mobile development
there have been
stuff.
shortcuts. Yes, there have been shortcuts, a lot of them.
Yeah. But I've always been a fan of, you know, if there's, you know, if you write the code and it's an extra line or two, but the next person that comes along can just see what it's doing a lot easier because it's a bit more like it's not doing 3 things on 1 line of code. Then
Not to mention it currently requires, because the backend of it, the scanning of journal files and sending them to the front end, currently done in PHP, so which is not the best way to do it, I'm sure. But it worked for me, so there you go.
yeah, I mean, if it works, it works.
Yep. And the PHP part is doing basically nothing. It just scans the files, sends the events. That's all it does. But still.
Yeah.
That's actually why I'm trying to pursue myself to try to build the desktop app so that it could be extensible. It doesn't have to be one single huge file doing everything. You know, split into parts that it actually needs. It doesn't. Also, it wouldn't need to send all the journal entries, just the one that is required, which is actually kind of an issue at least in Firefox, because Firefox cannot handle it.
Yeah.
So I have to use like a Chrome-based browser that can handle the amount of data I am streaming into the front end part of the application.
Okay.
Travel mode engaged.
Just Firefox just crashes out. Like, okay, I got too much data, crash.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Engaging exit protocols.
Funnily enough, if it can get through the initial load of last 3 years of journal files, then it works fine. But most of the time it cannot get through the initial load of all of the files.
Yeah.
Just crashes out somewhere in between there.
Temperature critical.
Is it like a timeout or like what?
No, it's I run out of memory.
Right,
Of
okay.
RAM, sorry.
Yeah.
The RAM just maxes out and the browser crashes.
So you need something
The
that's
code runs. The code will run. The PHP part will run because that's the server that reads the files. But I'm assuming there is something on the front end that Firefox doesn't like, and yeah, I have no memory. Bye.
Yeah, maybe Firefox is just not as efficient in what it's doing as something like Chrome, and so
That could be the case. That also could be the case that I have like 6 windows of Firefox open, each with 20 plus tabs. Which, okay, fine. Shame me for it all you want. I know.
no, you're fine. I mean, like everyone always has multiple windows of tabs and stuff open in their browsers. It's only
Everyone
when
has
it's-
a lot of tabs. Yes, not everyone has multiple browser windows with multiple tabs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like sometimes, like I go to my mum's and she's like, "My laptop's working slowly." And you look at it, and she's got like Edge open, and it's got like like 100 tabs, and you're like going, "Oh."
Well, that is your issue.
You know, like this isn't a high end.
question.
This is not a high end laptop, mum. It's just like, it's like
Yeah.
this is designed for light web browsing. It's not designed for 100 tabs.
Funnily enough, there is an Easter egg in at least Chrome. Not sure if all of the Chrome-based browser have them, but at least in Chrome, there is an Easter egg. Once you get to 100 plus tabs,
No.
it just gives up on the drop-down menu and just shows a smiley face.
That's kind of cool. Developer, I love
Although it
developers.
used to be that this Easter egg, I'm not sure if it's still there.
Yeah.
But it used to be there several years ago.
I mean, I love the developers with a sense of humor, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah. It is quite funny. Well, it used to be quite funny if it's still there.
alright.
I also found that this many tabs issue is usually prevalent with people that code. Like, you are fixing the problems. 100 tabs later.
Yeah. you open one tab, you're like, I don't think that's quite right, but maybe part of that'll be useful. And then you open another tab and like,
Yep.
yeah.
Related topics, related issues, and there goes 100 tabs.
yeah.
It was actually changed somewhat my workflow, because I used to have just one window with many tabs, But now I changed that workflow to I just open a new window if I'm solving a new issue or a new problem. And when I solve it, I just close the entire window, which cleans up the tabs quite efficiently, actually.
Yeah.
But this Firefox issue on my main PC, like, okay, I'm not accessing all the tabs all the time. Yes, of course, I'm not. But I'm accessing a lot of them a lot of time.
Yeah.
Like one of them at least, or two of them actually. There is solo leveling open, the anime part and the when I'm reading it, so the manhwa.
Yeah.
So that's open on a tab. I access that almost daily. I'm actually on chapter, I think 160 or something like that. So still quite a while to go.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff in solo leveling.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the 200 chapters that on the website I found is all of the chapters, but if it is, then I still have like 40 to go. If there is more, I'll find more.
It's probably about right, but I don't know. Like, there was some, I can't remember, it's been a little bit. There was some stuff where, like, there was like some after story, like you know, what happens after everything's resolved and stuff. Which I sort of
like
started.
What is?
Yeah. So I don't wanna wreck what happens at the end for you, so I can't really explain it too much.
Thank you.
and then there's of course there's solo leveling Ragnarok, which is like how many?
Yeah, I heard
chapters
about that, but I don't know what the relation is to the current progress. Sorry for the intermission. We can continue with whatever you want to say later. I pick up only 683 units. Everything else is done.
Yeah.
Okay, you were saying?
It's about
Ragnarok.
It's about Jinwoo's son, basically.
Fair enough.
Alright.
That is not a spoiler for me. I know that he marries Cha and has a child with her.
Oh no, spoilers.
I don't know
for the
much
viewers.
more about. I don't know much beyond that, and please do not spoil it beyond that. But yeah.
Yeah. We probably shouldn't talk about it too much anyway. We might be spoiling it for other people viewing. 683, did you say?
Sure.
But I think most people are probably either aware or guessing that those two get together.
I mean, it's not really hinted. I mean, even at the 160 chapters in, it's not really hinted at it. Like, yes, she told him that maybe she is interested, but the Jinwood haven't explored the option much beyond that yet.
Yeah. Oh, it's like that weird, right? Like, you're like, oh yeah, I don't have a girlfriend, and then this person is interested, and they just don't seem like they even consider the possibility. They don't even like a lot of like the manga heroes and stuff, you know, they're sort of like there's hints of one person liking another, and then never much hints of the other person back, and then in the sequel manga series or something, like suddenly they're married and have a kid, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Naruto.
Frameshift drive charging.
Naruto was quite bad for that. You had like two, like, what was it? Hinata chasing Naruto and what's her name chasing Sasuke, and then you know, then neither Naruto nor Sasuke really showed like they were all that interested, and then suddenly it's Boruto and you know, kids everywhere. But yeah, I mean in the anime, like at the moment, like you saw sort of signs that she was interested in him, like the way she sort of like blushed and was worried that he would.
That part I got even in the manhwa that I'm reading, but yes.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if they had exaggerated that in the anime or not.
They not really actually. Well, no, it's not at the path they are at. That they did get to the part where Cha is fighting Beru. That they animated already, but or did they actually? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think there's 2 episodes to go in this season of the anime. So,
Possible. I mean, the first season had 12 chapters. The second one is at 11th, so maybe 1 or 2 of them.
there's some bits that they mentioned in the anime, but a lot of people, like, I've watched a few reactions. No,
Warning. Temperature critical.
manga, not manga. Alright. Pronunciation varies between cultures, Dark. Like, even if that's how it's pronounced in Japan, it doesn't necessarily mean that's how I'm gonna pronounce it.
Also, I've been pronouncing
Tomato.
manhwa, which I've seen written as MH double.
Also-
no, as manhwa.
Yeah, it was I was about to say, it's actually Korean, so I think it's manhwa or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Frameshift drive charging.
And, no, I was going to talk about some stuff to do with what was the latest episode we just had last week
Yeah,
in the anime?
but I can't remember what was in it because it's been a hot minute since I've seen that, and since I'm reading ahead, it's kind of been messed up in my head.
I'm not sure if Dark's up to the latest one that's been released in the anime, so maybe I won't talk about it to not to spoil it for him.
Apparently, the last episode ended with the Jeju Island where Cha got smashed into the wall. That's where the last episode ended.
Yes, yeah. But I can't remember if that's episode 10 or 11. Hold on, let me...
11.
Was it episode 11? Right. Yeah. Sorry, Dark, that was a little bit of a spoiler, but we won't talk about it more than that. It was just a couple of small details that a lot of reactors and stuff I saw online overlooked, which I thought was interesting. So, but I'll talk about it some other stream when Dark's had a chance to catch up.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, okay. Whenever the dub comes in. Let's just say things are getting a little crazy.
That's an understatement of the year, but yes. Okay, I know what I need to change in the, enhance in the tool I'm building. I need a search on the docked locations. Because I'm searching for the planetary construction site that is going on in my system, and I cannot find it for the life of me.
Fair enough. Oh,
If it's even here, that is, of course.
some pirate is after me. Oh no. Exmir. I'll see if they catch me before I make it to the colonization ship. They may do. And they would likely regret it.
Oh, there it is. Found it. Apparently, last I docked on this was on the 14th, which, okay, I have been neglecting it quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm neglecting my stuff as well. We were like 20% down on that ice asteroid base, and I've got a... Oh, there we go. That's another elite fertilance.
Commander,
Warning, thermal attack. Gaining heat.
Oh, no, you don't. Come back here.
Okay, I added that planetary station to my build list, and I can build it anytime I choose that next. Also, do you think it's a good idea? Oh, well, not a good idea, it's kind of required, but would you be okay with the tool required you to dock at the construction site for it to show up so you can paste and or add the recipe for the station?
No, that makes sense to me, because a lot of the stations have different things anyway. And you and...
Yeah, I mean, I'm requiring the dock because of I'm basing it on the market ID that the game assigns to it, which seems to be a good enough identificator, and I do not get it before I dock on the station.
Under attack.
So I don't get it just from scanning the system itself. I need to actually dock with the station before I get the market ID.
Makes sense to me. Right about now, I think this guy is regretting his life choices.
Warning, temperature critical. Target shields offline. Warning, taking heat damage. Target destroyed.
Ooh, 1.6 million. Thank you, pirate.
Heat sink deployed.
Now I'll continue on my way. These sort of fun little interactions are why I'm building a pirate base in this system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Funnily enough, the outpost that I built in the transition system is also pirate
Engage.
economy. So yay, more pirates.
Right, there's so much. They're so fun to hunt and so profitable as well. So
Yep. Albeit we are limited to the now beacon, because as you know there are no bodies to have rings in them,
yeah.
but still.
I imagine they'll spawn pirate activity, like signal sources as well, though.
Yeah, but those are kind of rare.
This system has one planet with a ring on it, I think. So hopefully it ends up with like a Has-Res or something. I know there's a bunch of Has-Reses in your first system
There
too.
is no planet. Well, there is one planet with a ring. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
An icy ring to begin with.
Yep.
Wait, are you actually building an asteroid base? No, you're not.
No, because that wasn't the starting location.
Yep. True.
If it was, I would have been tempted, to be honest.
Understandable.
Still tempted by the whole, like, fact that the first port doesn't count towards the limit for the construction points cost
Yeah.
increase, so...
It is tempting, I agree.
Yeah. So I can fully understand why people would even be tempted to go for a tier 3.
Good job.
So I imagine
Lighting gear.
for people like us, a tier 3 would take probably the whole 4 weeks to build.
Maybe not.
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Depends on
Depends
how
on how much time. Yeah, exactly. Depends on how much time we would have available.
and how much you get the whole, oh my god, I'm getting tired of this, I need a break.
Yep. Yep. Because if I got like few days of the locked in state as I was building the station in the other system in one day, then yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but that would the tier 3 station would be done in a week.
Yeah, for me it'd probably be more like 4 weeks.
I mean, yeah. Oh, I get the movie as well because
do?
I'm dogged at the. Okay, that's bullshit.
You do get it. That happened to me.
I get it.
I think on one of yours, yeah. Alright, well, we now have a new outpost, pirate outpost, and the system is locked in.
Landing gear retracted.
As me being the architect, unless there's a full-scale rollback.
Hopefully not, but yeah.
Where are you, outpost?
Well, you can't dock on it.
No, I just want to fly by on the... We'll just build it, I want to fly by and have a look.
And
I swear that's... Where is it?
Nazi Prospect, interesting name.
When I'm trying to target it, it's just targeting a colonization ship. Maybe I need to jump out and jump back in.
No, it's here.
Is it?
It is here. Yeah.
Why am I not?
It's towards the planet. Like look from the
Colonization ship towards the planet? Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you, planet? I can't even find the planet. Ouch. Okay. I flew into the colonization ship while I was looking for the planet. Oh, yep, okay. There we go.
Yeah, it's about 30 kilometers from you.
That's fine.
It's quite big actually. I'm not entirely sure why they don't support a big landing, but
Yeah, I've got to admit, the picture of the pirate outpost looked pretty cool when I was looking through the outpost lists, right? Deciding what to build here.
yep.
Why do pirates get all the cool stuff, huh? Explain that to me.
Because they are criminals. All of the criminals get cool stuff.
Fair enough. Yeah, you'd think
Yeah,
that
I could feed on this, so why cannot there be a large
landing
landing pad?
pad. Because then everyone would build pirate outposts.
Fair, but you know.
I do like it, it's cool looking. Alright.
Yeah, if you come fast enough to the other side, you can see me pseudo dock.
Yeah, they would have to have replaced the medium one with a large one there, I guess.
And I guess so.
But I mean, that would make sense. You can still land a medium ship at a large pad, like, it's not...
Yep. Okay, I guess I'm going to blow up now. Bye.
We'll turn the outpost purple.
Yeah, well. It should turn green again once I
Yeah.
blow up. Apparently I was blocking a landing pad.
I don't see how. You were on the outside of the structure.
Yeah, exactly, but, you know. Game decided, you are a bad man. Bye.
That's what happens when you put pirates in charge of large laser cannons. You know,
True.
stuff gets blown up. Alright. So that's...
Oh, come on, why did it put me... 140 light years, really? Fuck you too, game.
Yeah, I hate it when it does that, right? It's like, there's literally places with large landing pads closer than that. Your own asteroid base is closer than that.
Yeah, exactly. my, what is it called? Carrier is closer than that.
Alright. What was the name of the system you were working on?
You should have it in the chat, in Discord.
Yeah.
It's one of the funny long names. Sector QH-EB27-0.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just bookmark it as Ed's third rest stop.
Isn't it fourth at this point?
No, I think there was the one with the... So your fourth
Oh,
system.
this is the fourth one. Yeah, I have four. I have three systems claimed, and this one is the fourth.
Yeah, but one of them was like, it's not literally a rest stop on the way to somewhere else, though. So, if you need...
Cool.
Yeah. Alright, that's, So you had the one where the one sun and the Coriella station.
Yep.
And then...
I have one where there is two suns and just an outpost, and this one is...
Yeah.
So there is one sun and several planets in there.
Alright, we will...
And the original system that I claimed weeks ago.
Wait, this way. Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright.
Since I just saw you bookmark stuff, one hack that I, well, air quotation hack I've been using. I entered the system map and bookmarked the ship itself. So when I plot roads through bookmarks, it points me into the station itself, so I don't have to go to the left panel and find where the colonization ship is to select it. If you want to do that.
Yeah, I probably will at some point. That's a good tip. But I'm not going to worry about changing my bookmarks around too much on stream right now, so...
Warning. Temperature critical.
The sad part is that this shortcut doesn't work for the colonization ship. You cannot bookmark the colonization ship for reasons unknown.
Yeah, which isn't a problem if it's your colonization ship, because you can select it from the mission, but...
No. I meant the resupply ship that FDO put in.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
That one you cannot bookmark for reasons.
3, 2, 1.
That must be a bug. I did find it
I guess so.
interesting that they used the same design as the colonization ship for the new mega ships.
Yeah, true.
It's like... It does raise a question though, right? Like, in terms of game logic, right? Which is... If the mega ship can hold that much stuff in it, right? and it's the same design as the colonization ship, why can't the colonization ship jump into my system with all the materials it needs to?
I know, right? Like, park it next to the mega ship, park the colonization ship next to the mega ship, and let me hold the stuff and then just jump in there.
Well, I mean,
Don't make me do round trips.
the colonization ship is literally showing up and buying stuff off me, right? So if they can stop them before they jump out there, they could just jump out there with all the stuff already and just build the thing. Like, obviously there's
yeah,
enough
but
room.
then haulers would complain.
I know, it doesn't make sense from a game developer's perspective, right? In terms of the game mechanics, it's just like in terms of like the universe and the logic involved. Like it's.
Yep, I agree. It can definitely hold the cargo, and many times the cargo. So
Yeah.
why not do it straight up?
Yeah, so even if it needs facilities on board in order to construct a station, right? Like that maybe the mega ship doesn't need, it should still be able to haul a fair bit of cargo. Based on the thousands of tons in the mega ship.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, landing gear not deployed, shut up.
Alright, let's do this. While we're doing that, I'll switch back to here. Up we go.
Okay, so I'm getting the small-ish things and you go for the big ones, or other way around?
I'm happy to go for the big ones, that's fine.
Okay.
Saves me time mucking around in the menus of the mega ship, to be fair.
True. And it makes it easy for me since I have the tracker.
There we go.
Docking request granted.
Oh, my dad, when he's playing this, keeps complaining that his hard points deploy whenever he drops out of the station.
You can disable that if you want to.
Oh, does it do that automatically?
No, he presses the fire button and that's what deploys them.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, stop clicking your mouse button. He's like, I'm not clicking my mouse button, it does it automatically. I'm like, no, you're
Yes, he
clicking
is.
your mouse. You're clicking your mouse button, yeah. It's like,
Just turn off the option to deploy when you fire and it will solve the issue.
I didn't even know that was an option. Alright, I'll tell him about that.
Successful. Engines disengaged.
Is that in the ship
Yeah, that is-
menu or is that in the options stuff?
Key binding, so main menu and from there. It's not that hard to find.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will be able to.
Should be able to. I mean, if we look at the ship, right, it's carrying
Capacity.
what, 189,000 tons of water. Like, the chemical stuff is about, let's see.
200,000 tons of CMM composite, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like 80,000 tons of
It probably has
semiconductors.
well over 1 million of tons
Tons yeah, like it's carrying so much stuff, and you're like, and then it shows, and then an exact similar ship shows up in your system to build your stuff and goes, please bring me the materials. You're like,
Yeah,
why don't you have the materials on
exactly.
board already? You have the room. You're going to pay me for them. Why don't you just buy them before you jump down here?
Yep. Honestly, I would have been even fine with paying for it. Like,
Yeah.
buy the entire amount of materials that I need and go.
Yep.
Granted that if that was the case, we would probably already be at Colonia by this point, but you know.
Yes. There's enough people in the game with like enough millions to have like, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I get why they didn't do it for gameplay purposes, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't quite make sense. I did buy the stuff, didn't I? Let me check. Let me quickly check in between. Yep. Alright, CBM composites.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive.
Oh look, this mega ship has a lot of insulating membrane. I'm gonna take advantage of that.
Does it?
1,000 something, but yeah, more than we need.
Yeah. Last night when I showed up and I had 30.
Yeah, last night when I know, 2 nights ago when I was colonizing the station, it had like 10.
Yeah.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Posted you a screenshot from from the tool that highlights all of the materials that I'm collecting and holding right now.
Yeah, I did kind of the same thing last night, right? Like I was just like, I did 30 of these and 60 of these, and
Yeah.
one
This
stop.
makes it so much easier, so that I can skip what I already have. And
Frameshift drive.
well, I guess Chad doesn't see it, but Chad doesn't need to see it.
You know, I really, I'm finding the mega ships to be very, very useful for that, just getting rid of all that, like, small but annoying stuff that you had to jump around multiple systems to pick up. So good for that.
I'm actually imagining a similar UI for the wing mining missions when you are the host. You can just see what is progressing, what is done. You know.
Yeah, that'd be nice, right? Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah, but you know. Insert conversation from an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where the tool is at with in regards of its coding. I will get around to it. Well, I plan on getting around to it, but yeah. Someday.
I'm pretty sure you said this new system you grabbed has actually got a few things in it.
Yeah, it has a 1 star and several planets. No rings.
No rings. Oh. Still, that's better than nothing for a
Choo-choo.
jumping through system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, off we go.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Alright. So I guess we're here. Scan, scan. 5 bodies. System colonization ship. So while we're flying there, we'll take a quick look at the system map. Alright, so you got 3 things orbited, 3 spots for around the sun, and then presumably some of those planets will have ground things that can happen, and
None of them are landable.
oh, none of them are landable. Oh, jeez. Alright.
At least I think.
Oh, you got
I'm
more.
just basing it on the halo around them. When they are landable, they usually, I think at least, they usually have the half circle around them. But this
Yeah.
one, but I may be wrong, of course, but yeah.
Some pirate is after me in your system.
Kill it with fire
How rude.
or bullets or rockets.
Rockets,
In
yeah.
your case.
Oh, I'm going too fast anyway. How did that happen? I'll probably give them a chance to introduce me as I come back around anyway. And then I can blow them up. Oh, Chua babes. Hey. How was your stream last night? I didn't get a chance to catch it. I hope you guys had fun. Or you gals, I should say, rather than the colloquial you guys. Who's piloting the account today anyway? Is it Kyrie or Rennie? The pirate didn't find me, so... I must have confused them.
Docking request granted.
Boom, boom, boom.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum.
Docking successful. Engine
Sometimes I swear I could dock faster than the auto dock. Ooh, somebody's getting
Yes, you can.
attacked. Who's getting attacked over there?
The pirate that was hunting you, most likely.
Could be a Type 10 pirate, by the looks of things.
Yeah, looks like it.
Will he get away? Let's watch.
Yes. The security forces do not have enough firepower to take it out.
Yeah, no, he jumped away.
Yep. So it happened too. I need to garnish the wages of the people that are securing my colonization ship. Cannot kill a pirate. Can't have that.
Yeah, I mean that's sad, right? Like you need some better security
Security.
ships. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Whole bunch
Several
of
corvettes should do it.
yeah. I was gonna say, or a whole bunch of like Python Mark IIs.
Yep. Yep.
All right. I'm gonna give Duo Babes a shout out anyway. Can I do it with the ISO command? I don't think I got that set up. No, I don't. I need to work on my list of commands.
Isn't that built in?
What? There we go.
Isn't that command built in?
I don't know. It seems to be fairly common because a lot of people use it. I see people using it on things, but it doesn't. Like the shout out command is built in, but I think the /so one is maybe like on a bot or something, and then the bot does the shout out, and maybe the bot does some other stuff as well. Like say they were last playing, and you know that kind of thing. So I need to have a look online to find the commands for it and set it up. Alright, I'm gonna have a quick 3-minute break anyway and run ads. I'm gonna
Not
go
a bad
and
idea.
use the
I'm going
bathroom.
to grab yeah, I'm going to grab something to drink.
Alright, I will be back very shortly. Alright, we're back. Something I want to look at though.
Right, I'm back to you.
Cool. Alright. Draw this down. So your systems you're after are what was in like it's still a bit one more after this, right?
Yeah, it's 15 point something light years from the system I am currently colonizing, which makes it
Just out of range.
which requires me to build one more, claim one more system to get to it. Yes, unless someone will get to it before me, of course. But you know.
Yeah. Let's go actually let's go galaxy map. Just gonna have a look at what's around here. Out of curiosity.
You want to expose my system? Got it.
No, I'm not exposing your system because I'm not showing what I'm doing the search on screen. Huh. Do you know that there is actually a system here? It's 56 bodies, 10 light years away from this system.
Interesting.
Let's go.
Is
I'm
it
going to go have a look at
Free
it.
to claim?
You think so? Oh, nope, someone's built. So this is out of date.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably the one I was going after. Maybe. Let's have a look.
Which tool and or website are you using to look which systems are free?
Span
or
SPAN, yeah.
right. Yeah, Spanish.
Yeah, so it said that it had no affiliation. There's one with 40, yeah, so that was the one I was going after. And then someone else got there first.
Yep.
That one has got 40 something bodies, that one's been taken as well. How about this one with 24 bodies? Let me just double check to make sure it's still within inside the 15 light years range. Yeah. Because if otherwise I risk exposing which one you're targeting. Oh, this one looks like it could be claimable. Especially from this system over here. I'm gonna jump over and have a look at it. I'll come back to delivering stuff for your space station shortly though.
Sure.
Released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, I don't know if this rounds up or down, so I don't know if the one I'm looking at 15 light years
3, 2,
is the one you're going after, or there's a couple at 16 light years that have a lot of bodies as well. So I won't show any of those.
No unusual activity. It's
If people want to try and find it, they'll have to do the hard work themselves. Alright. Okay. Mode. There we go. Discovery scanner. Alright. System map. So what?
Closing now.
That's not what I wanted, Kirk. Okay. Secondary body is 90,000. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Nothing with rings.
Let me see. No, I'm just kidding. You need to relax, my friend. Lighten up.
And the primary port would be 90,000 light years. Maybe skip this one.
What part of spans are you using to see the systems that are close and what their configuration is? Because I'm trying to search for that, the same thing that you just did, but I can't seem to find a way to
I will literally send you
specify
the
a
link.
system. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, so if I send you the link, just click on the search summary, right? I'll click on the main fields, I think, and then there's a reference system set. So I set it from body count 20 to 1,000 and population 0 and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Oh, reference system. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah,
fair
yeah,
enough. I found it.
Alright, reference system, cool. Alright, I think you're on to it then. Alright. Let's go back and pick up some more CMN deposits. I don't want to look at any of the other ones on stream because it might be actually be the system you're going after.
Thanks, I guess.
That's alright. Unless you want to message me the system you're going after in Discord and then I can make sure to exclude that one from the list.
Sure. Ta-da! Where is it?
Frameshift drive charging.
Come on, game, please coordinate with me.
Alright.
Discord, your...
Navigation for next system.
2, 1, engage.
Not. Okay, it's not going to paste for reason. Ah, there it is. This is the system I'm going for.
Alright, give me a moment. I'll get out of here. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. It was the next one down the list.
Yeah.
Which I had a feeling it might have been, so I was like, yeah. I'll do another delivery load and then I'll check out some of the other systems that were just slightly further away. Because I haven't like specified a direction, so there could be like, 16, 18 light years, but might still be a populated system within range of being able to claim them today. So.
Sure.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom, boom, boom. I am glad you got over the sort of egomania and decided you could build outposts though.
That's... the megalomania is only present in the system that I want to build in, that I will absolutely still enact it. But the transitional systems I really don't care about.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I was absolutely expecting you to build at least a tier 2, if not a tier 3, outpost in the system when you claim it. So.
Exactly. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving
3,
system.
2, 1, engage.
So, one thing I got out of Commander Mikon's video, right? That he had out today, Ed,
Okay.
is that, I mean, like, I think he's right in that things should go with what the planetary thing is, right? Like, the economy. But I think I built the refinery hub on a planet that only had one building port. So I'd either need to build a space station above that planet, the way it currently is, but that wouldn't give me CMM composites. So, in order to get a refinery thing going, I might, like I was building a planetary outpost, which has large ports, large landing pads, on a planet. I haven't started, I mean, I put the construction print down, but I haven't actually handed anything in yet. So I'm guessing the other thing on that planet might need to be a second refinery hub.
Fair enough.
And then I'm guessing, so if you have a settlement or a port with a large landing pads and you have a refinery hub on the same planet, then you might, maybe then you get CMM composites. I'll have to try it out.
I mean, feel free to test that and report back.
Well, I mean, I'd have to build the planetary port and then build the refinery hub, so it's not going to be
No,
like
but-
tomorrow.
Yeah. That definitely isn't. Why is it almost midnight? God damn it.
Yep, because that's what happens. The day just slips away on you.
I mean, to be fair, the day was fairly busy. Like, I've been out of the house since about 9 AM. I only came back around 3 PM, but still.
Maybe it's just me.
I don't
the
know.
day
I
slips
don't
away.
know where the next 10 hours went. I mean, granted, I've been on the stream for 2.5, 3 hours almost,
Yeah.
but still, that's still leaving 7 hours of. What the hell was I doing?
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Then again, to be fair, I did take like 2-hour nap, so that is that.
Well, so that's like 5 of the 10 hours, you know, accounted for.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cargo
CMM
at
composites.
maximum capacity.
That's not what I want. Not my colonies. It's third rest spot.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Bum, 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 bum.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh no, loop of shame. No one saw it. Oh good, but still.
Loop of glory.
Yes, loop of glory.
Right.
2, 1, engage. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, jumping through, and then we'll, once we deliver this load, we'll check out some of the other systems in the area that are sizable, but not Ed's target. I don't know how far away that other system you were considering was, though.
Closer, actually. At least I think. Let me look.
Oh, I'll try and avoid that system too if you want.
Since it doesn't have a icy metal ring, I'm probably going to skip it.
Oh, look, they had a ring around a fiery volcanic world though, right?
Yes,
Flick me the name of the
but
system.
not an
then.
icy ring.
Flick me the name of the system then. I got icy rings in like all three systems I've
Engaging exit protocol.
I've got icy rings in all three systems I've colonized so far, so I don't really care if I skip that in our system if it's got some other cool feature.
I'll send it to you to Discord. If you want to claim it, feel free. I won't be mad at you.
Frameshift drive charging.
Excellent. I could build like a metal-rich asteroid base above or a normal asteroid base above a volcanic world. That'd be kind of cool looking.
4, 3, 2, 1,
Engaging. Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
The way I'm heading, there is one more system that, well, doesn't have quite a lot in it. At least from if I remember correctly. But it is quite a cool name. Wasp 1.
Wasp 1. It is kind of, I mean, like, I am a little tired of the weird system names that, like, it's
Yeah,
hard to tell people.
I've been getting lucky quite on this, because I mean, even the system that I sent you, like fairly normal names, even the system that I claimed first, normal name,
Yeah.
and you got all the dash number letter dash space
Yeah, yeah.
systems. I've been getting quite lucky with the names, to be honest. And these transition systems, I don't really care about what they are named. Like these ones can be named whatever they want.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're going to have to at some point allow people to rename the system, even if it's just the same way you can freely rename like a port you built, right, with like the random generator.
You know, honestly, for the systems, I would probably be okay even if I could rename it for just myself. No one else needs to see it, as far as I'm concerned.
I guess it comes down to is does the underlying data structure use the system name as the unique identifier for the system, or has it got some sort of
Highly
idea
unlikely since there are systems that are named the same.
Yeah. So there you go. So that should be renameable then. Right. Like if it was going to break all their relationships with their other data, then that would be a problem, but
Yeah. Again, highly unlikely, I don't actually know, but yeah. And
Yeah,
besides, the systems have an ID in the journal files, so that's even more evidence that it's highly unlikely that the system names is a primary key.
yeah, I would assume it was highly unlikely anyway, but like sometimes trying to do stuff that you sort of just sit and you go, but why?
Hard to argue with that one, yes.
I mean, even my work has done that. It's like when you, but that's generally when they've let someone who doesn't understand, like the complexities of the kind of stuff get involved with things. Yeah.
I mean, we all started somewhere. I'm sure my code from 20 years ago is atrocious compared to the code I write today.
Either that or it's beautiful. And over time you've gotten more and more
highly unlikely
cynical. There's the article I should send you. It's old now, but it's still quite funny to read. You might have seen it before.
And the TLDR of it is?
It's on a site called Still Drinking, and it's called Programming Sucks.
Okay.
It's very funnily written. You'll agree with a lot of the bits and pieces on it, I'm sure.
Sure. Send it to me if you remember.
Oh, I'll find it. If it's still on the internet anyway.
Landing gear deployed.
There it is. Ah. Yeah, 2014. There we go. It's a long read though.
That's relatively new in with programming terms.
Yeah. It's a long read though. It is funny though.
Okay. Thank you.
Docking successful.
Wait, has this system been put into lockdown?
Which system?
The system that is the mega ship that is in.
That would not surprise me, considering, you know.
Nor would it have surprised me, but civil unrest. It is about to be promoted to lockdown.
Oh, wow.
If BGS works. That's funny. I only noticed because I see I have the points of interest turned on, and there is pirate activity threat 7. Several signals like that.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
That's what usually happens when the system is in or is about to get into lockdown state.
So then won't we go there and hunt pirates to get it out, I guess? I'll probably have a community goal about it.
I mean, if it affects docking on the Trailblazer Dream, then yeah, probably. If it does not, then well, maybe not, but still. Also, these Pirates activity detected threat 7 are quite hard to fight in. I went there with my Anaconda, and I fought 1v1 with the pirate Anaconda, and it almost beat my ass, which is unusual for me.
Yeah. I'm not sure there's anything within range to claim this system.
As far as I know, there isn't. Not yet. No one is building towards the systems I want. Or this one. Which they are somewhat close to each other.
I'll go check. Anyway, have a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Whee!
Landing.
Oh no, I'm going to crash. Maybe. Or not. Maybe not. Okay, save this.
The name of this one isn't too bad either, really.
Frameshift drive
It is a interesting system, the one you are jumping to, that you are going to check out. Especially the hellish-like planet. I like those.
Navigation for next system.
I've seen a lot of them, but well, not that many, but a lot of them.
Yeah. You know, there's one, if it's what I'm, same as what I'm thinking of, there was one in Vinart's system that looked quite cool.
Possibly, yeah.
Alright. Wrong button. This one. 20 bodies? That's not bad. Ooh. Oh yeah, this way. Primary port would be above it. So you could build build an asteroid base right off this get-go.
Yeah, yep.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so the question is anything within range of claiming this? And I didn't really look like it was.
That doesn't look to be a system needed.
So there is this one over here somebody's working on. How far away is that? 12 light years. So someone is getting close to it. Unless this is you.
No, that's not me.
No, because I jumped from you. You were down there. Let's go here and have a look. Who's working on this? It does it look like they're on their way to somewhere. Like this system, maybe.
Well, look, as long as they are not towards the way of my system, I don't care. They're going.
Yeah. No, I'm just being curious, right? Like
drive charging.
if they've started, if this is a big system, then maybe they've just gone after this system, like, or if it's looks like it's a transitional system, they might be going after.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep, I get it.
If their build's almost done, I could play after stream and didn't put it.
Confirming exit point.
Okay, sure.
That would be mean, wouldn't it? Like if they were going after that particular system.
At least, yeah. There seems to be also one more system that is somewhat close to it.
They might just be going after this system. It's got 38 bodies in it.
Fair enough.
I mean, look at that. Where's their primary port and what are they working on?
The system I sent you seems to be somewhat close to the system that you were checking out. Seems to be. I'd not be.
They're 44% done. They need a lot of aluminium. Looks like they're building a tier 2 base. If they're building a tier 2, then they're not jumping through, they're trying to develop here. So I probably won't worry about them too much. And the system you sent? Oh, I'll take a look at that.
That seems to be close. I don't actually know because I'm far.
Yeah. No, that's alright. I've been curious, poking around. Someone's building that one.
Yes, I sent you a system that is supposedly close to the BD dash whatever system. That might be you or maybe want to build from that. Maybe I don't know how far is it from the BD dash that system.
No, it's someone's already building in that system you sent me.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That maybe you could expand from there if you want to.
Oh, man,
I know
that's
that someone
gonna
is building in there.
Yeah. So.
Or maybe be on a lookout for the person that is building that system. Maybe they are heading for that system as well,
Could be.
so they don't stack it from you.
Let's go have a look.
Charging.
Sure, there's plenty of systems around that have nice big things in them, though. Like we're expanding ever outwards, right? So, like, even if you lose the system you're aiming for, there's always another one.
True.
Another good system.
All systems check out. No unusual activity.
Well, that is true. Yeah, the names are the names get kind of wonky. So.
Yeah. Well, this one's got 20 orbital bodies, so they may just be going after this. Yeah, it looks like an alright system. Let's see, what are they building here? It's all the way down here. Yeah, they're building a big base, so they're not jumping through either, and they're 0% done. It's not particularly worried about them. Commander Aussie, please.
I've seen him several times in the neighboring system, so they are definitely working on things. Because I don't. This is not the first time I've seen that commander name.
So the question is do I go after something else within range?
Actually, I think I saw them streaming. No, that's Aussie Nuts, not Aussie, whatever that was. The Aussie Nuts is the streamer is actually streaming right now.
Let's have a look at some of these other ones with decent size things. Someone's building in that one, which is the one we just visited. So that makes sense. This one with 21. That's probably one of the other ones we've just been around. Wouldn't surprise me. Someone's building that one up as well. Jesus. Well, this one
look,
47.
ceramic composites are in short supply now.
Haha.
Gosh darn it.
Ah. So this one over here looks like it could be interesting as well. Let's have a little look.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, I see that wasp one you were talking about on the list as well.
Yep.
3, 2,
52 bodies. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it is nicely named and nice content. I might actually go for it if no one grabs it.
For
Is it within range of anything at the moment?
It is in range of my system, yes.
Of your
If
system.
that answers your question. No, not the current one I'm building, but the one I'm heading for.
Oh, yeah.
There doesn't seem... There wasn't anything close to that system 2 days ago. I'd have changed since then.
So 47 bodies here. Let's have a look. Right. Okay, so we got multiple things. How far away is this? 191,000.
That's not that bad, to be honest.
Yeah, it just depends where the primary port is, right? Like, not seeing it here. Up here somewhere, maybe? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Maybe I'm gone blind in my old age.
Let me look. I think I saw it somewhere.
But we have one planet with a ring. Icy
Wait,
ring.
why do I don't have... Ah, okay. I
Sure.
don't seem to have the data for all the systems, despite me being in there already. Kind of interesting. Not sure
Yeah.
why I'm missing data. You found it? Where was it?
No, I don't see it being marked on here on
Okay.
the primary
fair
port.
enough.
That being said, I'm not sure the system is in range of anywhere else anyway at the moment.
At the moment it is not. If that is a prerequisite, then yeah. It's not going to show up.
I'll just call it big system.
Navigation
A
for
big
next
system.
Or nice system or something. Nice system. Save and just check on Wasp 1, see if anything's within range of that.
Oh, you weren't? Okay. I thought you were checking Wasp 1. That's why I got confused that why you have a different...
Oh no, I was checking another system that was close
system,
by.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't
But
look
funnily
like
enough, I don't see the primary starport in that one either.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see the primary starport in one of the ones I was aiming for when I first scanned it. And then later on when
I mean,
checked
maybe
it.
it does pop up only after there is something in range. That is perfectly possible.
No, most ones I've been to, if I scan it, I'll see where the primary port is supposed to be. I just think sometimes there might be a little bug where it just doesn't show sometimes when you're looking at a thing. And then maybe it'll show up later.
Yep.
All systems check out. No unusual activity. It's
Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Orbital bodies 52. That is a big system.
Yep. "62 locations for planetary stations and 73 locations for space stations."
Yeah, I haven't done the full scan.
Oh, I have some. That's why I'm telling you.
Middle rich, middle rich, middle rich. Metallic and middle rich. Middle rich. Rocky. Rocky. So it doesn't really matter where the primary port is. It's actually all of them are quite close. It's a very, very nice station. A very nice system all round.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I'm considering to claim it as well once I
Yeah.
get done with my system. I mean, if you want it, I'm happy to give it to you, but it does
No,
look nice.
there are other nice systems
And
around.
the name is most intriguing to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Also, funny thing is that at least I would have expected that Wasp 2, 3, 5, 10, whatever, however long however far up it goes, would be somewhat close. But no, Wasp 2 is like 300 light years away. Wasp 10 is like 500 light years away, which is quite funny.
Yeah, it's just all over the place. It is kind of funny. Oh, this one's back down by that one's taken. Oh, this one. Where's this one? Also taken? Jesus. All those ones have controlling bullet factions. Actually hard to find stuff that's within range. Well, this one's got a good name. Maybe this might even be one of the ones you've already claimed.
I mean, I don't have that many systems.
No. Someone's claimed it though.
No, that one is mine. That is mine. I think.
Yeah, it's got a bookmark on it. Yeah.
Yep,
I thought the
that
name
is
was
mine.
familiar. Yeah, yeah. I thought the name was familiar. Yeah.
That's the first system that I claimed, actually.
And everything with lots of bodies around here has been claimed by the looks
Kind of
things.
understandable. But
Yeah. Oh, well, there's this one. Might be within range of somewhere. Let's go have a look.
Frameshift drive charging.
Boom, 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 boom.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's gotta have good stuff, but also be a. I mean, it's gotta have a reasonable number of bodies, but also be a nice system in terms of what those bodies are.
No anomalies detected.
also, why are you singing the Indiana Jones?
I don't know. It's just stuck in my
You
head for
got
some
infected
reason.
me now. You infected me now with.
Yeah, sorry. Someone must have
No
infected
problem,
me.
but now it's playing in my head.
Yeah, it's surprisingly catchy. We can blame whoever composed it. Send them an email.
Yeah,
And be like, you damn bastard! Your song won't get out of my head.
If we were in America, we could sue them. They like to sue everyone
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. 34 bodies. Let's have a little look. Has no one claimed this because no one's looked at it, or has no one claimed it because there's a problem? Yeah, it's not a bad system. Look at that. I don't know that it matters that much where the primary port is. Might as well claim in on this system, I guess. In the meantime, look at all these rings. And we got what? One. Enough ground bases. So from here, where's the nearest claim system, and does it actually fit my ship?
Yeah, that is part of the reason why I would like to build the tier 2 stations, because I could just, land in them in the courier, in the cutter that I already have.
Yeah. So this.
But I understand that not all of them can be that way.
What's the current range, do you think? 15 light years.
15. It is 15 because, you know, 15.41 is too far.
Is 15.12 too far? That is a question.
I mean, if it's anything about 15, it is.
Yeah. So that means this is probably not claimable at this point in time. Ah, well. I'll put a note on it anyway.
Yeah,
Oh.
bookmark it.
Bookmark it. Mini rings. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to delivering stuff. Okay.
You've been slacking.
Yeah, a little bit.
Leaving all the work to me. Which, okay, fair enough, I don't really mind, but you know. Game, launch me, please. Hello? Okay, well, I'm stuck. I pressed launch, but wasn't undocked, and now I can't do anything.
Ah, it's frozen up.
Yep, might crash. I don't know.
Very much might. Or it might just stay frozen up and you might have to,
Confirming exit.
you know.
I would
Kill
like
it.
to avoid that, but yeah.
System scan complete.
Nope, there it is.
Nice.
Undocked.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Doop, doop, doop. Alright, off we go.
Okay, go watch Indiana Jones. To get you out of
Yeah, I might have to, right? Like I might have to watch one of the old ones.
Yep.
I don't even realise I'm doing it half the time.
You get it, does as much.
I used to be the same with stress balls at work. Me and one other developer at one of the first places I worked at, we had these like stress balls, and we would sit there while we were thinking about stuff, and we would just throw them up in the air and catch them again, and we were like almost unconscious about it, right? Like one of us started doing it and the other one copied them, and then after a while we were just doing it without even thinking about it. And then one of the senior DBAs over the other next pod over was getting really annoyed, and she just came over and snatched them out of the air, right? I was like, stop it! All I could see is these balls going up and down and up and down and up and down over the wall. And then, like,
I'm sorry.
so she claimed them, and she took them back. And about an hour later, all we saw was this ball going up and down on her side of the wall. And we looked over the wall at her, and she was sitting there with it in her hand, throwing it up and down and catching it while she was thinking about something. And we just looked at her, and she looked at us, and then she looked at her hand, and she was like, oh my god.
Frameshift drive charging.
And we're like, aha, we've converted someone.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Yeah. Everything's just a little bit... Everything big is either... It seems like it's either currently taken or just out of range.
Low fuel.
I'm sorry, that's what she said. I'll see myself.
I'm not even sure how that one works.
I mean, everything big, you know,
Oh, yeah, okay. Now I get it. Yeah,
and
yeah.
out of reach, thankful one.
Yeah. It's taken. Everything big is taken. Alright. Yeah. Alright.
Drive
Alright.
charging.
I'm following. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you're fine.
Yeah, I've got a note in mind. Nothing new for me, but still.
Oh, everyone has a naughty mind in some way, shape, or form. I'm pretty sure.
To varying degree, yes.
To avoid an
That is true.
mad dog situation, refuel now.
Well, apparently I'm almost out of gas, which is fine because we're here in the system.
So what you're saying, I should equip refueling limpid, right?
No, I mean, like, as long as the system
I know.
it's gone into lockdown. I'm not even sure lockdown prevents you refueling, does it?
It shouldn't. It's not in lockdown yet.
No.
It's in civil unrest currently, which is a state that usually leads up to lockdown, if I remember correctly.
And it's no coincidence that it's happened to a system where one of the mega ships has shown up in.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yes, I see the hand of some commanders in this particular scenario.
Quite likely.
Wonder what state all the other systems that have the mega ships are in.
Good question. I would not be surprised if they are similarly inflicted.
Docking request granted.
You know what? At this point, I'm thinking the docking computer has it out for me. The docking pad is always on the other side of the colonization ship. Like, why?
Yeah, that's the problem with ships that are got docking on both sides like this. It's like it has the option to say, nope, you're going around the other side, and the next time you show up, it's like, no, you're going around the other side. No, the other side. The other side.
Now, the statistical probability should say that at least 50% of the time you get the docking pad at the same side that you approach the ship, but nope, not even close.
Landing gear
No, not even close. This, yeah, pretty. It's probably some developer's idea of a little joke. Which angle they approaching the ship from?
I mean,
The other side.
I would not be surprised. Funnily enough, I have tried multiple times to re-request the docking pad. Maybe that, like, you know, you can re-roll them.
Yeah.
It always gives you a different one.
docking
But
successful.
one time I tried like 5 times, and 5 times it has given me a docking pad at the other side.
Yeah,
Quite
well-
infuriating.
Well, with nothing happening on the side of the ship you're on, like, you know,
Yeah,
like all
exactly.
these docking things through,
Exactly.
yeah.
It was completely empty.
Deposits like that.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
There we go.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Well, someone is collecting Pokemons. And by collecting Pokemons, I mean Commander Orange Phoenix, which I'm sure you've heard of, is live with 5 other streamers.
Like doing big hauling things, or
Either this is pre-arranged, or they just scooping up everyone that they come across. Hence the joke that someone is playing Pokemon.
yeah, gotta collect them all.
Yeah. Like, it's not even big streamers. A few of them are semi-large, but 3 of them have sub 6 viewers at the moment. The other 2 have about 20 or 80. I have Orange Phoenix at 180.
That's pretty big for an Elite Dangerous streamer.
There it is, yes.
Actually, I consider that pretty big for any streamer. Like, some people don't consider you a big streamer
Probably,
until you're in the thousands of concurrent viewers. That's
No,
ridiculous.
big streamer is even 20, I would say. Like concurrent, of course, but you know.
Someone put a post up on Twitch going like, you know, I've made it to 5 concurrent viewers, which I know isn't impressive, but it feels like, and I replied back with a screenshot from one of the AI tools, basically pointing out that only the top 1% of Twitch streamers have 5 or more concurrent viewers. So essentially, if you hit 5 concurrent viewers, you're in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. Like,
yep. Exactly. It's sometimes hard to put things in perspective.
yeah. I mean, you're like the people that are making an actual living from doing this are like the top 0.00 something% of streamers, right?
Yeah,
Like, you know, it's.
Frameshift drive charging.
That being said, I find it quite hilarious that on Vedal's stream, Valorant is gifting like 20,000 subs at a time. Somewhat funny to me.
Yeah, that's a huge number, right? Like I even.
It's not like once; they've done it several times.
Yeah, and it's like, how much spare money do you have to be doing that? Like, even the people that give like. Even the people that give like 20 or 100 subs at once, I'm like, Jesus, the bank account hit.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is Riot, so they have money to spend, but still.
Frameshift drive charging.
But it's still, the funny part is that Riot is deciding to spend on a robot, well, you know, an AI, so Neurosama. That's quite, I don't quite see the connection. Because they are just a big fan. So
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all that's needed.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
I still remember, I don't know if you saw this because it was live streamers, but there was a clip with Valkyrie kind of outed Sykkuno, which was quite funny to me. Because they were talking about money or something, and he was pretending like he couldn't afford something, and she was like, "Oh, come off it, you're a multi-millionaire." And he was like, "You're not supposed to tell them that."
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with these names that you just mentioned, so probably haven't seen it, but yeah, still fun.
They're large, like, non-VTuber, like, you know, real face streamers. Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not watching only VTubers, like, don't assume that, but I still haven't seen them. I'm not even familiar with the names. Supposing if they are large, I would assume that I have heard of them, but apparently not.
I mean, well, it's the same with everybody thing, right? Like, there's always something like that where somebody goes, "Oh, this large streamer," and I've never heard of them, right? Like.
Yep,
yeah.
Exactly. Granted, if you are not overly involved in the Twitch space, then you might not know about live streamers anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it would explain it, why not?
Well, I think both Valkyrie and Sykkuno took contracts to stream on YouTube for quite a number of years. So if you've only been following Twitch streamers, that's probably why the names aren't familiar.
Yeah, but at that size, you would assume that there would be the hundreds of, if not thousands of clips that I would have came across, but I guess
Well,
not.
they absolutely do, but I guess it's just an algorithm thing, right? Like, so if
Yeah,
you haven't come
the
across it,
algorithm didn't pick up me as an target audience yet.
you'd probably enjoy Saikuno. He's very trolling when he plays like multiplayer games. Like he just, yeah, constantly just trolling people, like in a funny way, right? Like I'm sure they do get frustrated with him every now and then.
Yeah.
There's one clip that keeps cracking me up, which is where he's playing. I can't remember who he was playing. He was playing someone in Yu-Gi-Oh, and like that person was new to Yu-Gi-Oh, but they were like a big streamer. They were new to Yu-Gi-Oh, and he'd been playing for a bit, and so he had a much stronger deck, and he was absolutely annihilating them. And they were like, "Well, Saikuno, I know what happens. I know what you want, and I'm not going to give it to you. You want a big monologue when you win, but I'm just going to attack my monster straight into yours and take the life point damage and kill myself and take that away from you." And so he attacked Saikuno's monster, and Saikuno was like, "But I can actually negate my own monster, which lowers the increase to its attack power, so you don't even die." He's like, "Only the winner decides when this duel ends," type of thing. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum bum bum. System colonization ship. Handing some more for Ed.
Sorry, wasn't listening. I heard my name. What did I do?
So we're just handing in more for your outpost. More
Oh,
CMM
okay,
composites.
Unsuccessful. Engines disengaged.
I still wish there was an API that would get the progress.
Well,
Yes, I'm going to mention it every single time I get the chance.
fair enough.
I mean, like, wouldn't it be useful?
It would.
Very good.
Like, but it's also one of these things like, I don't know, if I was designing a game, I would have just built some of the stuff in, right?
Yep.
Like, even if it was just the ability to say, this is my main build, and then it would show you when you went to somewhere how much of a certain thing you needed. The same way it does with missions in the commodities market, right?
Yep.
Like it always puzzles me how Frontier never put in the tools that you need to make proper sense out of there. Oh, went behind the...
Yep. That is very much true. Like, they basically at this point rely or bet on the third-party creators, tool creators, to make sense of their game.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think that's what they do. They literally go, oh, the third-party tool creators will do this. We don't need to do it, so we're gonna save ourselves the development effort.
Yep.
But like,
Even though it would be like 1,000 times easier for them to do.
yeah. And it's
Like, okay, fair enough, the tracker I've created in like 2 days, which is not like a lot, but how hard could it really be to just put the materials even in the system mission?
yeah.
But no, we cannot make it hard for everyone.
Yeah, so
including ourselves.
like even if they didn't want to give all the tools, you know, like they didn't want to spend that development effort, they could have given a little bit more, and then third-party tools could have taken over from there.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, it's like,
like it would have been more than fine if I got the current and or progress of the materials required only for my stations or my build into my journal file, but no. Like I get that they wouldn't want to spam every single commander into their journal files with every single build happening in the galaxy. That would literally make no sense. But you know, at least for my build, like, there isn't happening. There isn't that many of build happening at the same time for a single commander.
yeah, but there's even some stuff that can't be catered to with a third-party tool that they've missed, right? The undo construction button. You know,
Yes.
like that's just lazy. It's lazy design of your feature.
I wonder what the reasoning is behind that. Like I've seen people like theorizing about it, like it would break something in the system of BGS and or build system. I don't know. Like there have been theories why not, but like if you, the thing is that every single time I build a system, like even a simple as CMS, the first thing that I add is list, create, edit, delete. These are like the 4 basic rules, the basic things that you do.
Yeah.
How is this missing?
Yes, I know, right? Like, and like, even if it's like, even if they had an undo button that only worked until you started delivering stuff, right? Like,
Yeah,
even that would have
fine.
been, even that would have been a massive improvement. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Okay, fine. Lock it until you start delivering. After you start delivering, but there is no, just plop it, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Done. End of question.
Though
That's not how anything works in the real world.
Though I still, if I was Mekin, I would not have complained about a tier 3 starport in an asteroid field, because that's just funny.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, to mention that tier 3 starport in an asteroid field, there is a station, which obviously I don't remember the name of, but there is a station that basically is in the asteroid, the pre-built, pre-colonization. It has been there for years at this point. But it is in the asteroid field, and there it is very, very hard to dock to it or drop to it, because the asteroid field rotates so fast it will actually run away from you if you drop too far.
Ooh, did I drop out too soon there? I did. That's interesting. Runs away from you. That'd be kind of funny. I'll have to go check that out at some point. Is Lantern Light still around? I haven't checked that one out yet either.
I think so. I haven't heard any news about it, so I would imagine it is.
Take that there. I'll be like, this is your ultimate test of your autopilot.
Yeah, I'm sorry, autopilot cannot handle it.
I know. Why am I... what the... This...
Docking permission will be granted following a successful eligibility check.
That was weird. Oh no, I thought I was headed to Trailblazer Dream, and then I dropped out and it was, maybe I was just not paying attention. It was a fleet carrier.
3,
Right next to Trailblazer Dream. Well, relatively. Right next to Trailblazer Dream.
Oh, to be fair, sometimes the navigation slips up, and I have dropped to the Trails of Dream, and yet after dropping, the thing that was selected was a carrier. So maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was just the game. Or we are both clumsy. That is also an option.
That is absolutely also an option, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, like, when you're delivering stuff, you're also playing on autopilot, so it's quite easy to screw something up.
Very much true.
Look, other side of the ship.
To absolutely nobody's surprise.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of large landing points right there. They're not in use. They're not glowing. They're
Nope.
just sitting there.
You're going to get the other one. Other side. Because fluff you, that's why.
Yeah, absolutely. Bum 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 bum.
What? I'm reading basically like news from a site that is somewhat related to tech, and they just put out, well, just 14 hours ago, but they put out an update, well, a news article, reading basically, well, translating, so sorry if it doesn't make much sense, but the Last of Us show will be streamed in sign language. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Is that like...
That doesn't make sense.
How would you do that? So if you could...
Yeah, exactly!
You could turn on something maybe like, almost like subtitles, but then why don't you just have subtitles?
Yeah, exactly!
Like...
Why would there need to be a person on the screen telling me, well, signing me whatever is happening in the series?
Unless they mean the
subtitles are superior.
Yeah. Unless there was actually, like, they actually mean that the actors are gonna create an episode where they're actually...
Makes zero sense, actually, to me, at least, anyway.
I mean, you could do it, because they're like a normal, like, hearing-enabled person, probably say normal, but a hearing-enabled person could just turn on subtitles for the sign language. Which is kind of funny.
Yeah, but it's Last of Us, so there is a lot of running and shooting and hacking. So good luck signing anything away when you are holding a gun.
That is true.
You're gonna shoot yourself. Not the actors are, but you know what I mean.
Cargo hold.
And it would also require the actors to be either fairly competent in sign language or trained to the point where they remember what the hand signals are for what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, not to mention that American Sign Language and, I don't know, French Sign Language, it doesn't have the same, hand movements for the same word. So that wouldn't work either.
I don't know, that always felt like a missed opportunity to me, to be honest, like...
Kind of, yes, but still.
Yeah, I mean, because the sign language is essentially signing a concept, right?
Yep.
Like, me... Put that
Me, mother, walking, talking, yeah.
Yeah, hungry.
There's a concept. Yeah, that's not, that shouldn't be connected to the language itself, but yet it is.
Yeah. So, anyway. Handing in more CMM once I get back to your system.
Yeah.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
I've been chipping away at the rest. There is literally 4 materials left to deliver,
Yeah,
including the CMM composite. So 3 other apart from what you are delivering.
yeah, I reckon I can probably finish the CMM composites before I end stream. That should be
Oh,
quite doable.
definitely. You had like 2,000 to go.
Yeah.
Granted, depends on how long you plan on streaming, but it has been
Well,
almost 4 hours.
yeah, it's 12:30 now, but like, so the reason I was a little late was that my partner ended up staying up all night. I'm not quite sure why. She was just on her phone. I guess she wasn't tired, and so she came to bed
Scanning for anomalies
at about
undetected.
7:30 in the morning, but she was still on her phone. Was watching random stuff, and so like when my alarm went off at 8, she was just starting to go to sleep. So I thought, oh well, 8:15 my time. So I thought I'd give her a bit of I spend a little bit of time giving her a bit of having a bit of a cuddle and stuff.
Yeah, makes sense.
Frameshift drive.
And therefore I was a little late getting up, but it also means that it's unlikely she's gonna wake up like particularly early or anything.
Unless the dogs wake her up, then yeah.
Yeah, unless a visitor shows up or something. But
Yep.
so it just depends on when I get hungry enough that I want to make myself some lunch, really.
You're gonna wake her up for food?
No, I'll make myself some lunch and then I'll make her, or either I'll make her something or she can make herself something when she gets up.
But yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that you wake her up so she can make you food. I was asking whether you make food and wake her up to eat with you.
No, well, no, I mean, the other, like, she often, so without going into too much of her personal history or anything, she's on some medication that makes her quite sleepy, hence why it's often like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something before she gets out of bed, even though she may go to bed at the same time I do, right? Like, you know, like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, so she's often sleeps like 12 hours or so. So the other day it was like 1, 2 o'clock, I went to see her, like, and she was still quite like, didn't look like she was in any hurry to get out of bed. So I made pikelets, little pancake things. I don't know if the pikelet word is universal.
At least I'm not familiar with it. So.
Yeah.
Pancakes make much more sense.
Yeah. So small pancakes, I guess. Small pancakes. So there's a thing in New Zealand where, or at least in my family in New Zealand, I guess, I don't know, I shouldn't probably talk for everyone, where when we talk about, when I say pancakes, I normally mean like French crepe style ones where they're quite thin and wide, and then pikelets are the little flat, the little smaller, fluffier ones, I guess, at least in my head. So I was making pikelets, which are the small little fluffy pancakes. And so I just made a whole bunch, and then I ate mine and I put hers in the fridge, and when she got up later she just heated them up and in the microwave and threw some stuff on them. So can do that kind of thing.
Right.
And mate, I've got frozen sausage rolls in the freezer, so I could probably make myself that for lunch and leave some for her to have later. That'd be fine. So I swear the colonization range was 16 light years, wasn't it? Like I could almost swear that was the case.
From what I've seen and or read, I'm not entirely sure if I've seen it in a video or saw an update somewhere. The 16 light years is a mistake from early days of when colonization went up. It always, at least the video and or article said that it always has been 15.
So it was a mistype, essentially, on a communication. Yeah.
Either a mistype or basically a miscommunication on someone's part.
That makes sense. I mean, 15 is a much more sort of standardish number than 16. 16 would have been a weird choice.
But
If they'd done 20, you'd already be at your system by now.
yeah. Speaking of systems, there is a fairly interesting system I'm traveling through while doing loops. This is a system basically that has 2 stars, one yellow star and a red giant closely together. Send you a screenshot on Discord if you want to.
Docking
Alright.
request granted.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Oh, I don't believe it. I got a pad on the same side as I arrived at.
I wasn't actually paying attention this time around.
You were circling the station. I looked at the stream.
Fair enough.
And I'm parking in front of you, basically. This is funny.
Alright.
Well, 2 pads, well, a pad down, but still.
Oh, yep. Hello, Ed.
Hello. Enjoying the view?
I am.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Hi, Ed.
Bye. Okay, almost clipped me.
I did clip the actual end of the fleet of the ship. Shields at 90%.
Yeah, I see that.
Frameshift drive charging.
The ship's like, don't loiter over other people's pads. It's like I wasn't. I was actually moving relatively quickly.
Yeah, they are very touchy about that.
I mean, that actually makes sense, right? Like, you're gonna want to launch a ship up and like come up, auto launch up, and then just get plowed into from behind because someone's flying right over the top of the pad.
Frameshift drive
I
charging.
mean, true. It increases the likelihood of a collision if you boost straight. Basically straight. But still.
It is fun though.
Like, give me like a 5-second grace period. I'll definitely get out. I did.
Yeah.
Okay, liquid oxygen is about to be done.
Critical.
And you are
Nice.
almost done with the CM and composites.
That's
So
true.
only steel and titanium remains.
They are the big ones though. Is that about
Yes.
10,000 in total?
Actually almost 12.
Yeah.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1.
Like 8 units. Oh, short of 12,000. If my math didn't fail
all
me
systems
completely.
check out. No unusual activity.
6,550 and 5,442. Which should add up to 11,992.
Makes sense.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh yeah, I was meaning to ask, completely unrelated to what we are talking about, but
Sure. Yeah.
still. Since there are multiple languages that are spoken in New Zealand, do you know any of them, or is it just English? Or you don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course.
I know Maori words, right? But I couldn't hold the conversation in it,
Stand by.
if that makes sense.
You know,
Yeah.
it's actually fairly similar to, well, you know, since Slovakia is quite, well, Europe specifically, to be fair, is quite crowded with nations and languages. I too know fair few words in the neighboring states, if you will.
Yeah.
But of course, I couldn't hold a conversation in them. Except the one exception is Czechia, actually. Since Czechia and Slovakia have been a single state, you know, for a long time. Czechoslovakia, if you remember from school.
I do.
And the languages are very, very similar.
What caused
So
it
it's
to
fairly easy to... Sorry?
what caused it to split into 2 states? Just out of curiosity. Don't remember if I ever knew that.
To be honest, I don't quite remember myself, but I think there were just some disagreements and they decided to split. I don't quite remember, sorry.
No, that's fine. That almost sounds like it was almost amicable. Alright.
Yes, I mean, it has been called the Velvet Revolution, I think. Basically, it was very, very peaceful. It just split and went our own ways. Like, there was no riots, no political fighting, no nothing. Just here's the border, done. Next.
Yeah, maybe America should do that. We'll just split the red
okay.
states and the blue states, and then they can have their own separate governments, and they can stop, like, you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Fair enough.
America is weird.
Yeah.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Sometimes, if depending on who you're talking to in America, it really does feel like 2 very different countries. It's sort of embedded in one.
Gear deployed.
Yep. Well, I mean, technically it is 52
Oh.
states, I believe.
Hi, Ed. Bye, Ed.
Bye. Technically it is 52 states, so it would make sense that they have slightly different opinions. And or drastically different opinions, of course.
I think it's 50 states, isn't it? 50 stars on the flag.
It's 50 something. If it's exactly 50, then fine, but it's 50 at least.
I only think it's the only reason I think it's 50 is because they keep talking about making Canada the 51st state.
That is true.
Yeah. So. And then they're like, the Canadians would love that. And the Canadians are going, no. Well, there's probably some Canadians
Yeah,
that are like...
Wikipedia says it's 50, yes.
Yeah.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
One thing I will say about a Trump presidency is that it's always interesting, fascinating. Yeah, even. I imagine it's going to be a period of great study in the history books later on.
Yeah, I don't envy the students of history in 20 years. We've had a lot of shit to learn from the 20th century. Going to be even more crazy from the 21st.
Right, it's like, yeah, it's...
And it's not just Trump. Like there is a lot of there's a lot that is happening.
Yeah.
Besides.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of weird, even just politically, there was a lot of weird shit. Like COVID created weird shit, Brexit, and all sorts of stuff. It's just...
The market crash, 9/11, like there is just so many things happening.
Various wars and, you know.
Yep.
We're freed Iraq from the Taliban. We're giving Iraq back to the Taliban. Well, it's like,
yeah.
It's just so much stuff going on.
Yep.
Well, it's probably like that if you're an actual... I mean, I'm sure it's probably like that if you're an actual student of history anyway. Like, I imagine there was probably... Like, if you look at, like... I mean, to be honest, I don't know much about overall European history, but they always get those, like, shows that are showing, like, the UK and stuff and the history and, like, you know? And it's like constant, like... And then this king took over, and 5 years later they died of a heart attack, and then their son took over and attacked some other county, and then, you know, it's like... You know...
Yeah, Europe has got thousands of years of history, and yeah, it is littered with events like you just mentioned and others.
Yeah. But the son, who was the new king, lost the battle and was imprisoned in a tower for the rest of his life, and someone else became king. I was like, when you look at like it, you're like, who would even want to be king? Like, you always end up dead in like 10 years' time. Back in the medieval ages, anyway.
I mean, to be fair, the life expectancy was like 30 or 40 years at that point, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Some of them only last like a couple of years, and then like they lose some battle and get knocked off or something, and someone else takes the throne. It's like... So you probably have a much more comfortable life if you were just lord of a small, like, area off in the Wop somewhere. Not enough fighting men to actually, you know, get recruited into any sort of, like, treasonous plot or anything. And everyone just leaves you alone. That would be the ideal scenario.
Seems like it, definitely. Seems like it would be, what I meant to say.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm about 30% into building the outpost on the second system of my other account.
Oh, nice.
Not really rushing that one too much though.
Obviously.
Confirming exit point delivery. Stand by.
I mean, if you want to help with it, I'm happy to. Just send me the system name.
You've got enough stuff to build.
I mean, true, but you know.
If you get bored, I mean, there's still your planetary port to build.
Yes, that is true.
Warning, frameshift drive operating.
I will soon have a tool system that I can let my Megalomania go loose.
Yep.
That's gonna be fun. And by fun, I mean a lot of holding.
Yeah, right, like... I really need to do something about that. I want to build my systems up, but I don't want to spend like 6 years hauling steel around. Like...
Yeah.
I really,
Would
really...
be nice. Would be nice if there was like some variation to it.
Yeah, like, all they need to give you is the ability to, like, target a construction site, right? Like, so your planetary port, for instance, right? And then engage an NPC service, and they're like, okay, it's going to be 4 weeks and, you know, like, a couple of $100 million. And you're like, okay, cool. Fine. Yeah.
Would have been more than fine with that.
Yeah.
Even better, which I'm fairly sure isn't going to happen, but even better would be NPCs. You go deliver this bullshit amount of materials. I'll go handle this small amount, and we're done.
Yeah. Right. Well, the thing is, like, if it takes 4 weeks and costs a lot of money, right? Like, if you are a hauler, like someone who enjoys the hauling, like my dad quite enjoys trading and stuff in the game, right? Like, so he'd probably quite enjoy this. Though he keeps, I keep offering to find him a system for him to colonize, and he just goes, oh, in a couple of weeks. And so he's trying to get used to the game first, which is fair, but, like...
Understandable, yes.
So, like then you can, like, you know, you can have 5 constructions going at a time, and, like, you know, 3 of them are being done by NPCs, and you're hauling for the other 2, and the other 2 actually get done faster. You know, like.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, hydrate. Yeah. Like, if the NPCs take longer to build something than would take a commander to do it themselves, then that's fine. You know, you're not really taking away the hauler's ability to get stuff done faster.
Engines disengaged.
Yep, I agree.
Alright, 1,000 CMM components to go.
Also, I read up on the movie with sign language thingy I mentioned like half an hour ago.
Yep.
They are not actually going to have a person there signing away whatever is being said on the screen. It's just the hand symbols will be displayed on the screen.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released.
Which, I'm sorry, but sounds even more stupid.
Well, that's what I first thought that it meant, but then I was just confused about what advantage you get from that over just having subtitles.
Subtitles, yeah, exactly. apparently it's not a new thing. It has been happening for a few movies that they mentioned in the summary article.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2,
No, whatever.
engage.
I mean, I guess it does make them feel more catered for, I guess, if you got a special caption option for sign language. Feels more inclusive, but again, it doesn't seem to have any real practical, practical benefit. That's all. But maybe there's something I'm missing. I'm not.
Yeah, neither
deaf.
of us is deaf, so
Yeah.
we don't know. Maybe there is a benefit that we don't or even cannot see.
Checking systems now.
Unless explained to, of course.
Yeah.
Exit destination confirmed.
I don't know why this conversation brought this to mind. I think it's something to do with communication barriers, but once in my life, I managed a rock climbing wall when I was, in my early 20s, before I went and retrained in IT. And we had a bunch of Japanese exchange students show up, and I don't think they'd been in the country very long. Or well, they were maybe Japanese students on a tour, like sometimes schools go to another country or something.
Yep.
And their teacher spoke English, but they did not. And I had to explain rock climbing safety rules to the teacher, who then translated it. I swear several of those students nearly damn well died.
Yeah.
I was like yelling at one student to take up the slack in the belay on the rock climbing wall. They're just staring at me blankly, and then the person fell off the wall and ended up falling from the top. The rope caught them and they swung about 2 feet above the ground. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement in a part-time job.
Yeah, like, I don't know what got translated, but they would, that was not going well.
4, 3, 2.
Sounds like it wasn't. Well. Yeah, sometimes people don't think
Scanning for anomaly.
far enough ahead. How things could go when language barrier is a thing. Or, well, a problem, not a thing.
What I should have done is just said no, cancelled the booking when they showed up, and gave them their money back. Cited safety problems.
Yeah, probably. But hindsight is 2020.
But you don't really know that the translator's going to do a bad job until
Yeah, I guess.
until you're halfway through, and then it's a little bit late to kind of.
Yeah, that is true.
Yes, I used to do outdoor education-y stuff. Little bits and pieces of it. It's what I first trained in. And I had before I worked at the rock climbing wall, I worked at YMCA, and I took a course for outdoor education for troubled like 15-year-olds that got kicked out of school but had to be in education because they weren't allowed to leave until they were 16 or something. That was fun. Oh god, that was annoying. I did not listen.
Yeah, annoying is more likely to describe the situation than fun, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. One time I organised a hike for them, like an overnight hiking trip. And the weather was absolutely terrible on the day, and they showed up with their packs and stuff, looked at me like, haha, we're not going, are we? And I was just so annoyed with them. I was like, no, get in the van, we're still going. I made them walk for like 8 hours in like the biggest storm of the year.
Right.
To the hut. We cleared up the next day. It was nice getting out. Some of them actually enjoyed that. They found it challenging.
That is that.
I just sort of looked at it and went, there's one big river, but it has a bridge, and there's a bunch of little creeks, and on the map, none of them have big headwaters. I don't think they're going to be impassable. So no, we're still going to go. I judge the risks to be acceptable. And I judge you to be annoying enough that I want to make you walk in the rain for 8 hours. It was actually the same place I took my partner on our first hiking trip. Which was... Well, it didn't go well, but she enjoyed it.
Okay, fair enough.
The story
I guess
is...
it's the thought that counted.
The story is funny, yeah. Like, so... I was in the middle of doing the outdoor education course, right? And so we had a field trip going down to where this walk was, right? The Cybernight hike, going into that area, and I talked to the people running the course and said, would you be alright if you after we'd done the day thing on the way back, you just dropped me and my friend off? And my partner wants to come as well, so she could just tag along in the van for the day. And they were actually quite cool about it. They're like, yeah, no, we can do that. There's room in the van. Your partner can come along, and we'll do all the activities you're supposed to do on the thing. And on the way back, we'll drop you guys off at the road end, and you can make your own way back. Because like my mum and dad lived down in that area, so I'd already organised for Dad to drop us back after the weekend on the Sunday. So we got dropped off at about 3 PM on a Friday. It was autumn, so it got dark about 6, 7, right? So I thought we'd be walking in the dark for a little bit, but I was my partner's first time hiking, and the track was rough, and I hadn't considered that, and so she was quite struggling with like, she just didn't move as fast as I expected, which was fine, like. And so it was me, my friend, and her, and so we're walking along. It started lightly raining after a bit. It was getting dark, and we're just moving really slowly. And then my friend was like, "All right, I'm gonna go see if I can find the hut." And we're like, "Yeah, okay, we'll just wander along slowly behind you. It's fine." All right. So he went off. My torch started to die after a couple of hours of walking in the dark, and so I replaced the spare batteries. I replaced the batteries. And then I heard him yelling for help off in the distance. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what's going on. Wait here. And then I went to find him, and he had like decided he hadn't found the hut, so he dropped his pack to come back to see where we were, and his torch had died on him. And so I was like, and so when I got close enough to find out what was going on, I was like, all right, hold on, I've got spare batteries. So I gave him spare batteries with his torch, and we were like, it'd been quite a few hours. Like we would have got to the hut twice over normally by that amount of time, but my partner was just moving really, really slow. And so I was like to him, you brought the tent fly for emergency shelter, right? And he's like, yep, no, I have a tent fly in. And I'm like, maybe we should just stop for the night. Yeah. And we got tomorrow to get to the hut, and then Sunday to get out. It's like we just started too late. And misjudged it, and he was like, yeah, that's fine. He's like, I'm gonna go back to my pack. So we went back to get his pack, and then he fell into a big stream, I think, when he went the wrong way around a boulder. Oh, come on. And then he came back with the pack, and we were setting up the tent fly, and it was like all I could find was a big bed of ferns to put the tent fly over. So we did that. And I was like, because the tent fly was only emergency shelter, so sometimes you just take a tent fly with no pegs and no poles. just tie it to trees and you tie it to like rocks or roots or stuff. And so I was tying the guy ropes to things to pick it out. I just could not find something to tie the last corner to. I was like, I can't find anything to tie this. Has anyone got a rock or something? And he was like, hold up, I'll get the tent pegs out. I was like, I've been crawling around on the ground tying this to rocks and stuff, and you got tent pegs. And he was like, shut up, it's late, I'm tired, my brain's not working. I was like, okay, fair.
Fair.
Yeah. And then, like, we both had, I don't know if you've done much hiking or anything, but there's,
but like not a pro.
yeah.
By any stretch of our imagination.
So there's two types of sleeping bags, right? There's like synthetic sleeping bags, which are cheaper. They weigh more and they're bulkier for the amount of warmth they give, but they have an advantage where they still stay warm a bit if they get wet, right? And then there's down sleeping bags for the down feathers, where if they get they're much warmer for the weight. They're more expensive, but they pack down and they're much lighter. But if they get wet, the feathers clump together and they no longer trap air in between them. So yeah. And so like we both had synthetic sleeping bags and he had a down sleeping bag. And so we were kind of like, I'll just like pull out this big plastic pack liner we got and I'll put that down and I'll use that as a ground sheet and I'll just put the sleeping bag on top of it. And like the foot of the sleeping bag was sticking off the end. I was like, foot of the sleeping bag's going to get wet, but that's fine. It'll be warm enough. And like my friend was like, I don't want to get my down sleeping bag wet, so he would just like decided to curl up on top of his pack with all his warm clothes on. And he almost froze. It was so cold. And I was like, we could have dried your sleeping bag out of the hut. It still would have probably been better. And he was like, no, it's fine. And then the next morning we got to the hut, and it turned out the hut was only about 10 or 15 minutes on from where he dropped his pack. And he was he was cursing himself, and I was like, you had to come back and found us at some point anyway, because you were the one carrying the tent fly, so it doesn't make any difference. And he was like, that is a good point. And so then we're like, so yeah, we got to the hut in a couple of hours the next day, and then we just lazed around for a bit, and then we just had a slow walk out over Sunday, and Dad took us home. And my partner was like, that was my partner's first experience of hiking. So, but she actually enjoyed herself. And part of the reason she said afterwards she enjoyed herself was that even though things were going wrong, I was never panicking, so she was never felt like she was at any risk of anything. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, well, I was like, there wasn't really that much risk involved. Like we had emergency shelter, we had good gear, you know, it's fine.
Right.
It just goes wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, I almost never. I'd have to be an incredibly easy and close trip to a hut for me to go on an overnight hike without some sort of emergency shelter. So.
I mean, understandable. Better be prepared for unexpected situations.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I haven't made the hut, or we've made, or something like that, due to unexpected circumstances, and I've had to sleep out.
Yep.
One time was definitely not my fault. Another time probably was.
Well, hey, at least you admit to it.
One time, well, it's kind of my fault. It was only my fault because I didn't turn back. I realised early on I would not make the hut. So I was trying to do, I had a friend invite me on a hike, and I was very unfit at the time, right? He wanted to do a 3-day hike, which was quite intensive. Like, not like super fit level, but medium fit kind of thing.
Yeah.
Am I at the ship? Alright. We're going to make sure I actually brought stuff. I've been distracted.
Good question.
Yeah, I am. Yep. So we were going. So yeah. So I was like, all right. Well, I'll have to do some fitness building hikes first. So make it like a couple. Make it like 2 months out. It was like, all right, cool. And then there was this one hike I was doing up to this hut, and it's just uphill the whole way. All right. I started off, and it was, and I was like, oh wow, I do not feel the best. Like, my energy levels are just nowhere near what they should be, even when I'm unfit. And so I was just trudging really, really slowly, and then it was getting dark, and it started to rain a little bit, and I pulled my, like I was using my head torch and trudging along, and then it was at some point, like, I was realizing that my coordination was going because I was like, just not feeling the best, right? And I was like, this is a very clay track, it's very slippery, and it's been raining for a bit, and it's starting to get very slippery underneath, and I'm here by myself. I was like, so I probably should stop. I was like, so like early on I realized I probably wasn't going to make the hut, but I was like, I'll just keep going and I'll camp out for the night when I decide I want to stop, and that way I at least get the fitness built up. So yeah, so once it started getting dark, my coordination was going and the track was getting slipperier, and I felt like I was at risk of falling over and injuring myself. Was like, okay, I think I need to stop now. So I just found a clearing, set up a tent fly, camped out for the night. I was actually in like, I was actually climbing this ridge on this like mountain like range area that was in line of sight of like the coastal towns. So I actually had cell phone reception the whole time, and so I was just text my partner, was like, didn't make the hut, camping out for the night, don't worry, I'm fine. And she was like, okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, no need to call the emergency services.
Yeah, and the next morning I was just like, yeah. I just wanted to let her know, you know, like, yeah. And the next morning I was like, yep. Like, had a kind of rough night's sleep because I didn't take any, like, padding for anything. Right? So I just had, like, spare clothes padded out underneath me. And then I was like heading back to the car, I'm gonna come home again. She's like, alright, okay. And it turned out turned out she was worried about me a little bit after she got that message, because like it was rainy and stuff, but I mean, I was fine.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Seems like you have been prepared for the situation and handled it quite well.
Yeah. Another time, the other time that happened, right? It was my dad, a friend of mine, and me, right? We were doing this thing, and we were starting on a Friday night, right? And we were actually all quite fit at the time, and so we knew we'd end up walking in the dark for a little bit because we started after Dad finished work, and I think I was a teenager at the time. I think I'd been at school, and so we went in and we stopped at this like little viewpoint. So the hike sort of climbed up this ridge, and there was a viewpoint on the way up, and then it got to the top of the ridge and it dropped off the other side of the ridge, went down to a creek, and then kind of followed the creek, like it was tracked beside the creek, all the way down to a hut. All right, it's normally about I'd say about a 5-hour hike, right? And so again, we started after Dad finished work, so we're like, well, you know, it was about, he finished work about 5, we were left about 5:30, got to the road in about 6, we were figuring we'd get to the hut, you know, about 11 PM or something. And so we had torches and spare batteries and whatnot, and this group passed us on the way, and we weren't sure where they were going because you can continue up the ridge to some other huts sort of higher up above the bush line. And then they passed us at the rest spot, and then we called up to them where the track diverted to either go to those other huts or to go to where we were going. And Dad asked them, "Oh, where are you guys going?" And they're like, "Oh," and then they were going to the same place we were. And Dad was like, "Okay, cool." He's like, and then he asked them a question I still regret him asking to this day, which was, "How many torches do you have?" And this was a group of about 15 people. And they said they had 3 torches, but one of them wasn't working. And Dad was like, he was like, "Okay, we're gonna go with you." And then he said to me, he was like, "Get your torch, get at the back, when it gets dark, get your torch out. Do not let anyone get behind you. And I was like, okay, yeah. And so, and they were really slow. Like, there was one girl that ended up at the back. I guess she was a little bit over my age, and she just kept slipping over and then crying for like a while. And then I was like going like, I don't think she wants to be here. And then we got down to the bottom, and we found another group that had gone on ahead, and they had a few extra torches. And then we were like, was there any more of you? And they're like, oh yeah, there's another group. They're more experienced, and they went ahead as well. And Dad was like, they've probably got even more torches, and I don't think this group is going to make it to the hut before we run out of spare batteries, the way this is going, because it's so slow. So he's like, all right, who's the fittest, fastest person in your group to these other people? They're like, this guy. He's like, right, boy, talking to me, he's like, you take him, go find this other group, see if they made it to the hut, see if they've camped out for the night, see if they've got spare torches or spare batteries, and then you come back here. And so we went off, and we were walking for a couple of hours, and we found them camped on the side of the river. It's not a river, it's a stream, creek. And a quite a nice camp spot, actually. And we were like, do you have spare batteries? And we went, yep. And what we didn't realize is that all the torches and stuff had died, except for one. And Dad's group, like about half an hour after we left them. So they'd only made it an extra half an hour further along, and then decided to camp the night.
Oh boy.
So we dropped our packs with this group, we walked back, and it took us about an hour and a half to get back, and then we found this other group, and at that point my torch was dying, and I was like, Dad was like, do you want to crash here? I'm like, I left my pack back with this other group. I'm like, well, my sleeping bag and stuff in it. Dad's like, alright, take this other torch that's still walking and head back that way. I think it was about 2 AM in the morning before I probably got to sleep. I actually had a tent with me. I had a tent with me, and I was so tired, like I got to my pack, and I had this like little two-person tent, which I took as emergency shelter, right? Fairly lightweight little thing, and I just looked at it, and I looked at the light, and I looked around, and I was like, it was lovely, it was like, this was one of the ones where it wasn't raining, it was a lovely night, and I just went, screw it, and I just threw the whole tent on the ground and threw my sleeping bag on top of it and went to sleep. I didn't even set it up. I was just like,
by this one you were probably more exhausted than anything. So.
Yeah, and then, just like with the other story, in the morning, we woke up, packed up, waited for Dad's group to show up. Dad's group showed up. We walked to 10 minutes further on, right? And found the big swing bridge over the river. That means we were 10 minutes at that point from the hut. I was 20 minutes from the hut, and I couldn't tell because it was so dark and I couldn't see any landmarks. I was like, damn it.
Of course.
Yeah, I was like, God damn it. I'm gonna just get going to the hut and sleep on the actual mattress all the night. So yeah, fun stories. Most hiking trips go fine though. It's always the ones that don't though that leave the big impression. And hang around.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Unless you had so much fun that the things the memories got overwritten by the fun, and yeah, the ones that go wrong stick in memory quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. How much is left on this? 307 cement deposits.
Like I didn't really go much on hiking, but I've been to a few like remotely-ish locations, like huts, with friends, and I remember that at that point I was, I don't know, 20 something.
Yeah, younger.
And I was fairly fit at that point, not like I'm now. I have let myself go, but that's beyond the point. And I remember I had so much energy and the group was moving so slow that I was basically scaling it was like a mountainous area. So like most of Slovakia is actually. Well, the northern parts are anyway. The southern parts not so much. But anyway, there was like, it was a mountainous area, and I was scaling up and down the mountains like almost the whole time, and just watching the group walk along the pre-walked path, if you will.
Yeah.
So, that was like a lot of fun. I took a lot of pictures, and I was just like, okay, I'm bored. Bye.
Yeah.
Like I didn't really go like out of sight of something. Like I didn't really want to get lost since I didn't know the area. So I always kept in shouting range at least, if not visual range. But yeah, it was a lot of fun because like I was up and down of basically everything around the pre-walk path, and they just enjoyed themselves. They also of course laughed at me a lot, but I laughed along. I laughed along because I really don't mind if I'm the source of laughter. I will laugh along. But yeah,
Yeah.
that was quite fun.
Yeah, it can be quite fun, especially when you're really fit.
Taking heat damage.
I actually did something similar.
Yeah, at that point I was very fit. Like I just came from the US like a year before that, and when I was there, well, it was like a student exchange program. Except it's only one way. Only I went to the US. No one came to live with my family.
Yeah.
But I basically attended their high school for 16 to 18 years old, I think, or 14 to 18. And I decided to take classes that one of which was like
For anomaly.
physical conditioning training, so on and so forth. Like we lifted weights, ran tracks, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So that got me into shape quite a lot actually, because 10 almost 11 months of just almost everyday lifting and doing exercises. So yeah, at that point I was very like fit to do a lot.
Yeah, I think the fittest I ever was right after this big winter hike me and one of my friends went on. So we were pretty fit. That we were in the middle of doing that outdoor education course I mentioned, right? So I was about 19 at the time, I guess, coming on 20, and so we did this. We decided to do this hike in the middle of winter, like up on the tops of the mountains close to where we live, and it's probably about a 1,500 meter climb, and then you're walking along like ridge lines and peaks and stuff for a long period of time, and it was quite heavy snow up there, and so we were trudging along, and it was way more draining than we thought, right? And so, well, we managed to pull it off. And but it was some long trudge. I think one of the second, we went up to a hut. Again, it was like a weekend thing where we went on a Friday night. Went up to this easy to access hut on Friday night, and then the next day, it was a long weekend, I think. So it was actually, we came out on the Monday, started on the Friday night, if I remember correctly. And so the next day was like this big 12-hour day where we were just hiking across the tops into this other hut. Wouldn't normally be 12 hours, but it was very like up knee to higher than knee deep snow in places. Mm-hmm. And so we're sort of having to push through it a bit. And it was really slow.
Did you just say snow?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting time to go hike, but sure, okay, continue.
Yeah. We both had bivy bags and stuff, but we had to...
I mean, yes, of course, but still.
We had to crash out, we would have. So, and then, yeah, we got to one of the next huts. So we got to the next hut, and we crashed out. And then the next day we had to we drop down this ridge, and you climb this ridge on the other side of a valley, and then you over the top of the ridge, and there's another hut over there. So that's what we're aiming for the next day. It was a little bit of a shorter day. It was probably about 6 hours or so, but we were both absolutely wrecked from the day before, so moving very slowly. And then the day after that to get out was relatively easy on the Monday to get out. It was but because we pushed ourselves so much on that second day, and then we had 2 more days after that, I ended up with this absolutely ridiculous level of fitness, right? My friend unfortunately ended up catching the flu, and so all his fitness gains got wiped out. But so he was sick, and then there was a overnight trip like the next weekend or the weekend after, or no, during the week, because it was a course trip. Yeah, so like a week or two later for a course trip, and it was one of these ones where we're sidling along this like the side of a thing, like, and it like it's like where whoever designed the track had never heard of actual sidling, so you're moving along the side, and every time there's like a creek, you drop down into it, and you climb up the other side, and it was just constant creeks. And I would get to the bottom of the creek first, and then I would wait for the rest of the students to catch up, right? And then I would wait for them to half have climbed up out of the creek on the other side, and then I would run past them and wait for them at the top. The outdoor instructor was just looking at me and was like, what the hell have you been up to that your fitness has gone up this much? Like, this is the fittest I've ever seen any student in quite a while. And I was like, we did this overnight. Like, we did this multi-night hike.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. And then, like, you know, like I didn't use it as much as I should have, but it dropped back off again after a while.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I was having fun that day though. Mostly, like running around.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is going to be the last cargo I will deliver for tonight.
Fair enough.
Getting quite late.
Yeah, it's 1:30. What do you want me to grab? Steel or titanium? Guess it probably doesn't
Either
matter.
one, we still need 1,000. It doesn't really matter.
Alright, I'll grab titanium. So 389 titanium and 307 TMM. So we'll have finished off the...
Okay, nice.
Landing gear retracted.
The composites, right?
Ship released.
Yeah.
Engines engaged.
Okay, cool. I am delivering another 700 load of steel, so that will leave it with just about 10,000 materials left, which is cool.
So
just under actually.
So we should be around 50%, maybe just over.
Let me check actually.
By the time we both
It
hand
is
in.
currently at 49, so if we both deliver, it should be just about 50. Yeah.
Yeah, I roughly ballpark our outpost as 20,000 units of material.
Frameshift drive
I think it's probably slightly over that, but
I mean, sounds about right. So, yeah.
so we finished mine, did 50% of yours.
3, 2, 1.
Quite a productive night, if you will.
Yeah, actually it's been very productive.
Oh, your what is it called? Before noon? Your morning, I'll say,
Yeah,
and my night. But whatever.
that's my afternoon now, but yeah, it's...
Well, yeah, it is
your morning.
afternoon bound, but you've been streaming for 5 hours. Okay, 4.5.
4.5, I started late, yeah. 4.5's decent though. I know there's some people that
Very much
stream like 10 hours a day or something, but like, Jesus Christ. You can only
Yeah,
really
I
pull,
can't imagine.
You can only pull
I
that.
couldn't even probably keep my focus for that long. Not sure about
Frameshift
you.
drive charging.
Depends on what I'm doing. I have done, what's the longest stream I've done? Maybe 8 hours? I didn't find that too hard. But that was only like the one day, right? Like if I was doing that every day.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
might be-
not every day. Yeah, exactly.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
But like, you can only really do that if you're making a living from doing it as well, you know? Like,
Probably.
or,
Yeah.
I don't know, you're on annual leave or something.
Extra level of motivation. Like,
Yeah.
if you have to earn money from it, then yeah, I would definitely stream for a long time. If that was the only source of income I had.
Yeah.
Okay, I rerolled 5 times before it gave me a landing pad on the side that I'm approaching from.
Are you even saving time at that point?
Yes, I want to say yes, because like I didn't need to boost and sleep and rotate and I don't know. I just re-requested docking and just approached as normal.
Fair enough. Alright. Should be able to say, request docking this side of the ship.
Yeah.
They really just give you the side of the ship you're approaching on. They see your bloody radar. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Frameshift drive charging.
The game definitely does know which direction you are coming from and which paths are visible to you.
yeah. So the game is like, so the game developers have coded malicious ship officers, I guess, or whoever decides which docking pad you go to. Oh, they're coming for that side. They'll come on the other side.
I mean, either that or the RNG is really not in favor of us docking in a normal way.
Yeah, could be. System colonization ship. Here we go.
One other possibility, the game sees me without the docking computer, so yeah, we're going to make it harder for you. And then it sees you with the docking computer and saying, yeah, okay, he will auto-dock anyway, doesn't really matter where we give him the location.
It's not like it's hard to circle a ship though, like it's not really making it harder for you, it's just making it slightly more annoying.
Just slightly more ironic, it's not really harder, yeah, I agree. Even on manual parking.
Yeah, I mean, I manually park stuff by circling outposts, you know, like, where's the pad? There it is. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. So I guess we'll be leaving it at about, what, 55%?
Now I delivered and it went by 4, so 57, maybe? 56, 57, once you deliver.
Alright. Sounds good.
Definitely.
Docking request granted.
Thanks for the help, of course.
Oh, no problem. I was just paying you back for all the help on my stuff.
Thank you.
Besides helping you push out into space quickly, and get closer to some of these unclaimed big systems actually helps me out.
That is true. The same way I used it to get to my first system, you are now using me. Which is only fair, of course.
I'm debating whether I claim a system or I wait. And because like that other one we were talking about, the BD 1934 or whatever, looks pretty good, and like there's some people building relatively close to it.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I mean, up to you. It depends on how fast they go. Like, it
Well,
looks like that.
the first one
With my, sorry.
I said the first one I looked at, both of them were building tier 2 starports. The second one I saw was 0%, but the first one he was at 44. So, presumably he's moving relatively quickly.
Relatively.
So-
Yeah, I mean, it is dependent on how fast I can build my systems up. I'm not sure if the system that I will go for next will be in range of the system BD-10 whatever. I mean, if it is, then probably will be faster.
Yeah. Well, if I took a line of the systems you built, which is looking that way, maybe? No. Well, if we go to your original system, it's the main. Yeah, this way. So you kind of built through that way. So I assume you were moving in a relatively straight line.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, not really, but relatively.
Okay, here you go.
should I be worried about whatever Captain Kirk's doing? Yeah, probably not. So, I mean, then it's going to be over that way somewhere. As a matter of fact, yeah, sure. And which means you'll probably be claiming one of these ones next, I would imagine. What's within range of here? So, straight line-ish. Is that within range? 21? Nope. That's 10.
Yeah, either the C4. Well, no, not C14. Either OME B27 or the ZM-V D784. Those seem to be going in the direction I need.
Yeah.
Which neither of those will actually be in range of the BD system, so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Right, so then it becomes a case of, if we look at it. Can I remove how do you remove bookmarks?
You have to click on the bookmark and then it should be possible on the right panel. There should be like the bookmark with a dash in it or minus in it.
So I deleted that one. Someone's already claimed that system. So bookmarks. I think I said so mini rings wasn't bad, but it's just out of range of being colonized. Volcanic wheel, this was it. Yeah, I don't think that's in range of anywhere. So this one over here I think was probably the one that was that one up there is 18 light years from where you currently are. So I was trying to build in this general direction. I could do that, or I could simply assume that this person over here who's building no, this person here who's building I'm pretty sure this was the guy. Yeah, see, 44%. Not a bad looking system either.
Indeed.
So I could just keep an eye on him.
What are they building? Can you see that?
By the mountain left. So if I go back, sorry, let me go back to. Well, the mountain left and the thing it's done, I'm pretty sure it's a tier 2.
Okay.
So, about this one. So I can just keep an eye on that. Yeah, so they're 44% done, and they've got 11,000 aluminium, 11,000 steel. Yeah, based on this, I'm saying tier 2. That have more. That I mean, too much for tier 1, and they wouldn't be 44%. That'd be way over 44% done. If this was a tier 3 without a mount left. So.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just wait till they get to 90% and then deliver the last 10 loads or so, and then be like, haha, and then claim the next system.
You planning on being mean to them?
I don't know, like, the other thing I could do is I could try and claim a system with an outpost on the way. Or I could look around for another big system that's within range of somewhere already and do a little bit of hunting. Like I could drop back to searching off your previous outpost and see what's in range of that, or even what's in range of the system we just finished for me today. But I think that's back a little bit more in the bubble and everyone's claimed the good stuff around there. Well, not so much in the bubble, but back more in the... I mean, everyone's moving pretty quickly at grabbing stuff. And I'm pretty sure, so there was...
Okay, game, that is just mean.
What?
I was wondering how far the BD-10 system is from the system I'm going for.
Yeah.
15.07. Like, are you serious?
And what? There was another one I found as well, wasn't there? Did I find 3?
I don't know, if you bookmark them, you can answer that. If not, then I'm sorry.
I think... No, that was yeah, I'm pretty sure... Some mini rings... Nice system? Is that somewhere around here? Looks like. What was this one looking like? Oh yeah, this one. With the other... With the thing...
Unable to comply.
Prime report is 192,000 light years, but it is... Basically would allow for an asteroid base, I think. An icy asteroid base too. So was that system in range of anywhere? I don't know. Let's have a look. But I could just fill out the fleet carrier, then I can jump the fleet carrier into orbit around there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'd have to go here, wouldn't I, then try to work it out. But doesn't really look like anything's within range. Except for, again, this guy who's building something, right? So once he's done, I could claim, even if he claims one of these systems, I could claim the other one. Probably. Unless somebody else jumps in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was 3 systems. But I don't know, I'll have a play around. I'll probably go and have some lunch first though.
Yeah, I'm heading off myself. It's 2 AM, so...
Absolutely fair enough. Alright. let's see. Everyone watching me has run away. Which is fine.
It's just us two. By this point. There used to be 7, I think. I mean, there was 7 at some point, but yeah.
Yeah, there was at one point. Ooh, this is interesting. Let's raid Hero Senpai, who is playing Repo, which is their new game for collabing at the moment. But he's also got crowd control on, so we can mess with people. Got to enjoy that. Alright. Well, actually, let's just go back for a second. Who else is on? I should have checked the whole list, but probably gonna raid him. Okay. Yeah, Hero looks good. We'll raid Hero. Alright. Take the raid off. Alright, well, have a good sleep.
Yeah, it was fun night for me. So, we talked a lot, actually.
Yeah,
But I don't
good.
mind it. A lot of stories, a lot of size tangents.
Yeah. Well, it's this thing, right? It's like normally when we're bounty hunting, we're talking about what's going on, but when you're delivering stuff, you're kind of like just playing on autopilot.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright.
yeah.
See
Have
ya.
a good rest of your Saturday. See ya.
So yeah, alright, and if there is anyone else watching, I hope you've enjoyed watching me stream today. I had a great deal of fun, and we're going to raid Hero Senpai.
Provide what?
Provide what, yes? Protection! Obviously, they're rubber!
Bling bum bum bling bum bum bling bum bum boy. Bling bum bum bling bum bum bling bum bum boy. To the next, to the
The
east,
amount of times that
way.
gets stuck in my head.
Thanks for the
I mean, I
raid.
could get,
Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Hero Senpai Riders on VTuber.
I could get bees really mad at me right now.
What's up, Dip?
I could sing a song.
How was your stream? What were you doing?
That she's had stuck in her head.
Oh, what song? What song?
Huh?
There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon.
Oh man, not the
true.
McDonald's and the
I
Pentagon.
got it out of my head. Now it's gonna be in there again. Now there's a McDonald's in the Pentagon.
Elite Dragons claiming systems for my empire? Ooh.
Don't ask me why I know the whole thing, but I do. See?
Oh, you did. I was scared.
Oh. I saved you again.
There's a McDonald's and a Pentagon.
Now we got stuck in Hero Set.
I can't believe it. How's Repo? I need to